never went played any kind of exposure with any coach. That Burton.
Tommy Nelson. Haley Nelson.
I think that was the next group for us. We had like the Wits and some of them. They several of them played ball. We had that one year with Taylor Brown and all these, Caitlin Williams and all them people played.
Mark played. Mark
yeah. He played with hard most of it.
That's right.
With the Burton and they split after our second year with them. That's why we ended up Monday was great. Yeah, he was like, we want her. Like, he realized he wouldn't trade. She wouldn't see any top quality teams. That was Burton was good for us too. That was really scary.
I still try to keep up with the
He had a lot of confidence in my team.
He knows. But he just has to get his other part.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the
problem is we had everybody most
University
not following up with
the 2022 Kennesaw State softball game. Today's match between the Jacksonville State Gamecocks and our Kennesaw State Outlaws.
Somebody else.
The NCAA is sponsoring Kennesaw State University, encouraging promoting sportsmanship by student athletes making and spectators. We request your cooperation by supporting the participants and officials in a positive manner. We thank you for your cooperation and we hope you enjoy today's game. All right, fans, get ready to bingo. Be sure to grab your softball bingo card from the marketing table near the front gate to play along. The first 3 fans that score bingo win. Bring your results back to the marketing table to be verified.
Well, 14 up,
14 and learning got caught smoking dope in the hotel. That was
her in the alley.
Metro Atlanta Ambulance Service is proud to be the official ambulance provider for Kennesaw State University and KSU Outlaws. KSU takes this opportunity to thank Metro Atlanta Ambulance Service for the support of KSU Outlaws, and we congratulate you on the EMS Academy's ongoing success.
You know, shortly thereafter, whatever it said, the house beside Burton got shot up in the way too. A lot of people thought they were coming to that house, but they got the wrong house.
They used to have called on fire to the birth control, I think, whatever we had behind the mama.
It was some stuff everybody needs to get away from.
Yeah, it was. And it's sad too because we were so thankful about it.
Yeah, forget his last name. A guy named Tommy. He was really good working in the big, heavy set guy. Tommy Summer. He played. That's when we went with Monkey. We had a
Now Savannah, though, she got offered to UNN to win, but then left after the freshman year.
You think all the pitchers she's thrown over the years, you know how big of a grind it is.
That's good. Well, all the teaching, homework, working out.
That's like from all out, I think Bam and Riley Grace are the only ones left to play. think of you think of what happened my daughter's freshman year here. The coach was there. There was some stuff going on.
Let me go in there. Come out too quick. Find nothing so I can.
They go on back in here.
He called me yesterday. Where you at? I said, we're staying home. We're coming over in the morning. He said, we found this little place. I'll go in there. Massage parlor. I'm going to go in there. He said, we'll go in there and get a cheapskate. That's what it's called. Cheapskate. Uptown cheapskate or something. That was the sock. I think that was the other place. Massage parlor right beside it. There's a view out here, huh? Sit in the sun.
You remember like when there was like in the state, there was legit 4 to 6 good things in the entire state. Now it's got spread out. It's more popular. I think ours come up at a good time. I didn't think he looked the same. I can't remember if it was a man or a woman. You ever heard this? The one next to the field.
I think it's unfair. I think it's none of it. There's going to be a gunfight going on in Kennesaw.
Oh, thank you.
They probably don't take money. You can't pay with money. I do have some money.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce the starting lineups for today's game. First for the visitors, from Jacksonville, Alabama, the Jacksonville State Gamecocks. Batting first, playing catcher, from Buford, Georgia, number 15, Abby Perkins. Batting second, playing left field, from Odinville, Alabama, number 24, Sidney Wagner. Batting third, the designated player, from Moody, Alabama, number 17, Lindsey Richardson. Batting fourth, playing first base from Cedar Hill, Missouri, number 6, Megan Fortner. Batting fifth, playing third base from Saraland, Alabama, number 12, Carson Mosley. Batting sixth, playing second base from Fortner, Alabama, number 8, Bradley Barnes. Batting seventh, playing shortstop from Saraland, Alabama, number 5, Cameron Mclemore. Batting eighth, playing right field from Fort Payne, Alabama, number 16, Hannah Buffington. And batting ninth, the center fielder from Vernon, Alabama, number 11, Keely Bobbitt. And pitching for Jacksonville State from Spring Hill, Tennessee, number 27, Kat Carter. The head coach of the Jacksonville State Gamecocks is Jenna McGinnis. Assistant coach is Julie Bowling and Sally Beth Birch. And now, let's introduce the starting lineups for our Kennesaw State Owls. Batting first, playing shortstop from Chattanooga, Tennessee, number 9, Faith Alexander. Batting second, playing center field from Glendora, California, number 8, Katie Grief. Batting third, playing third base from Canton, number 99, Taylor Bates. Batting cleanup. Batting ninth, playing second base from Covington, number 21, Ty Hardiman. Batting eighth, playing left field from Jefferson, number 1, Madison Miller. And pitching for the Kennesaw State Owls from Kennesaw, number 96, Melanie Bennett. The head coach of the Kennesaw State Owls, Chip McKay. Assistant coaches, Camden Decker and Megan Hill. Our volunteer coach is Crystal Hampton. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join Kennesaw State University, our players and coaches, in honoring America and celebrating its freedoms and those who protect it. Joining the Owls on the field today are players from the Purple Princesses from West Cobb Girls Softball. And now at this time, those that are able, will you please stand? Kindly remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the Purple Princesses from West Cobb Girls Softball.
Park. We welcome you into Bailey Park here in Kennesaw, Georgia, where the Owls open up the A-Sun Conference season against the Jacksonville Gamecocks from Alabama. And we are just moments away from the first pitch here. Owls come into this game at a 7-13 record. Jacksonville State at 15-9. That takes us into our starting lineups for the Gamecocks. Batting off in the leadoff spot, we have Abby Perkins, number 15, followed by Sydney Wagner. Also the cleanup, Lindsey Richardson, then Megan Fortner in the 4th spot. Then Carson Mosley, Brantley Bonds in the 7 hole, Cameron Mclemore in the 8, Hannah Buffington. And in the 9 spot is Kelly Bobbitt. In the circle today for the Owls is Melanie Bennett. coming off one of her best games so far this year. A complete game, only 4 earned runs against Sam Houston State. I think maybe turned her corner with 10 strikeouts for Kennesaw State defensive lineups as usual. We have Brenia Bailey at first base, Ty Hardiman second, Alexander at short, Cates at third, Miller in left, Greep in center, Cooper in right. That's the only surprise there with Sales behind the dish. The first pitch on the way from Bennett. That swung on in a single to start off this one for Abby Perkins. Catching today, getting in that leadoff spot, not your normal catcher. 435 on base percentage, or 430 rather. It starts off this game with a leadoff single off the first pitch. First pitch, 52° Fahrenheit outside. 12 miles per hour, blowing into the east. You see the flag somewhat blowing out to the center field area. Runner on first. First pitch was lined to the left field for a single. That one put down, a bunt. Bennett puts it up and puts it down for out number 1. So Signe Wagner gets out number 1 of the first inning. Successful sac bunt as the runner advances to second. This brings up Lindsey Richardson, the DP today. Richardson batting .377 as a sophomore. Right-handed hitter, runner on second, 1 out. On the way from Bennett, that one stays high, the heater. Already off to an electric start to start this game. Had the leadoff single from Abby Perkins. Scorched that one into left field. Now still in scoring position on second base, the 1-0. And a breaker falls in for strike 1, evens up. The Owls wearing the black and gold, almost all black uniforms with the gold lettering and stripes down the leg. And the all whites for the Gamecocks today with the pinstripes. And that one swung on and missed off the inside. The throwback down the second, nothing there. But a 1-2 count to Richardson. Richardson slugging .590 this year. So this is a player that has some pop, as pretty much all 9 players for the Gamecocks will. The 1-2 stays up. Bennett coming into this game with a .364 ERA, 5-6 record on the year, and 11 total appearances. Again, thinks he really turned a corner against Sam Houston State. Didn't get off to their best start. The 2-2 swung on and missed on the inside. Gets an important strikeout early on with the runner on second base. So now 2 outs. This brings up Megan Fortner. And speaking of pop, .687 slugging percentage, leading the team with doubles with 8. Steps into the right-handed box. 2 outs, scoreless game. That one swung and chopped foul right behind the catcher for an 0-1 count. Inning started off with a leadoff single from Perkins. The sac bunt from Wagner. As Sales going up to talk to Bennett after that one. Not exactly sure what that conversation would be about. Still a scoreless game. Quite the sunny day here in Kennesaw, Georgia. Jordan Griffith on the call. The 0-1. That one stays inside. This is the first game of a doubleheader today. Owls will also look to finish up the 3rd game tomorrow. Noon first pitch, the 1-1, and that one scorched out to deep left. Miller's looking back, and that one bounces off the wall. Bounces right back into deep left center field, and that is a double to put the first run on the board for the Gamecocks. 1-0. That was the inside pitch that she took and was just feet away from being a home run and making this a 2-0 ball game. But the RBI double does some damage as well. Richardson on second base. Excuse me, Fortner rather. This is Carson Mosley, first pitch on the way, fouled back to the screen. So the leadoff single comes to fruition. Now they just swap spots. The 0-1 count, 1-0 ball game. On the way, swung on to miss on the outside half. I think she was fooled on that one. Certainly went reaching. Runner on second base as Megan Fortner. We talked about the doubles. Had 8 on the team, leading the team. That one dribbled up the middle. A knee throw from Alexander. Nothing there. Infield single, so the runner advances to third. Runners on the corners, and possibly another 2-out rally. So a infield single for Carson Mosley. Brings up Brantley Bonds. A 1-0 ball game. The Gamecocks jumping out to an early lead. 3 hits already in the top half of this first inning. Bonds, a .311 hitter. First pitch, heater stays out of the zone. Bonds wearing that foot guard on her lead left foot as a right-handed hitter. The 1-0 delivery, and that one she has to bring the hands in. A very close pitch, but 2-0. So a bit of a 2-out rally here for the Gamecocks. They look to get their conference season off right. The 2-0 delivery, and that one skied into foul territory. Bailey, trying to get the sun out of her eyes, was unable to get it anyway. It falls foul for a loud strike one. That was one that was put right in between the right fielder and the first baseman. Almost at a perfect spot for Jacksonville State in foul territory. Kara Cooper out there playing in right field. Typically you see Mary Greg Anderson for the Owls. Cooper getting the start. She hit a grand slam in the Sam Houston State win. The 2-1. Swung on and missed on the upper half of the zone. We've seen Bennett fool a couple hitters so far, but has also given up some solid contact. 3 base hits for the Gamecocks. One more pitch, the 2-2, and that one lined out to left field. Miller making a play, dives and grabs it. Tremendous play from Madison Miller, and she closes out what could have been a much worse top of the first inning for the Kennesaw State Owls. 3 hits, 1 run scored for the Gamecocks. And Kennesaw State is going to try and get the bats going and bring it into the bottom half of the first inning. And that will bring us to our starting lineups for the Kennesaw State Owls. And the batting order for the Owls starts off with Faith Alexander, who started every game since she has come back from injury in the offseason, followed by Katie Greep. And Taylor Cates in the 3-hole, and we know all about Taylor Cates leading the team in home runs and slugging percentage, as well as the ace Sun. And then cleanup spot, Cheyenne Sales, number 3, followed by Berniah Bailey. The 3 through 5 for Kennesaw State is the only amount of the order that hasn't changed all year. And Bailey is followed by Galloway, the DP today. Then Kiera Cooper, mentioned her grand slam. We'll talk more about that as the game goes along. Madison Miller in left field. And then in the 9th spot is Ty Hardiman. The defensive lineups for the Gamecocks today. Also talked about Perkins. She was the lone run to score for the Gamecocks. Behind the dish, and she's an anomaly at the catcher spot. We'll talk about her as the game goes along. Fortner at first, Bonds at second, Mclemore at short, Mosley at third, Wagner in left, Bobbitt in center, and Buffington in right. And on the circle is Kat Carter. And for the Gamecocks, has been a stupendous freshman. 2.71 ERA, 8-5. 10 complete games and 90-plus innings pitched. A workhorse as a freshman, and she will go against Faith Alexander to start this one off. A 1-0 ball game. Gamecocks got 3 hits, scored with 2 outs for the first run of the game. First pitch from Carter, and strike 1 on the outside half to Alexander. Infield playing in mightily. Left-handed hitting Alexander chokes up on the bat. Carter submarines it. That was chopped foul. Just a few feet left of this third base line. Alexander has to trot back as almost all the way up the first base line to come back to hit. 0-2 count to the shortstop. Winds and fires, and she spoils that one to the third baseman. A sidearm throw for a nice out #1 for JSU. Mosley came in, again, grabbed it, and had an awkward throwing angle, but she was able to make the best of it and got a nice out #1 for the Gamecocks. Not your ordinary 5-3. This brings up Katie Greep. Greep has not had a terrific start to the year, batting 190. First pitch to Greep, breaking ball off the edge of the plate. The left-handed junior. 5 runs scored this year, 12 hits. And now in the advantageous 1-0. Pitch. That one almost an identical spot, but just enough to nick the black for a 1-1. Speaking of ones, a 1-0 ball game here in the bottom of the first. JSU on top. They were able to put together 3 hits in that first inning off Melanie Bennett. Carter fires, and that was a curveball that just stayed up and never came back down. Corners playing almost on the bags, a little in front. 2-1 to Greep. Greep lost that one out to center, and it falls in the grass. That one was just perfectly put over the second baseman's head. Made him pay for playing in on the infield. Put it exactly where they weren't. So Greep bringing that average up just a bit. This brings up Taylor Cates coming into this game, batting .413, leading the A-Sun in home runs and slugging percentage. 8 home runs, .905 slugging percentage. This is one of the hitters you just don't want to see. Has had several walk-offs in her career. It's a 1-0 ball game, 1 out. Greep on first. The pitch to Cates, and Cates takes that one deep to right field. An oppo shot for 2. The first pitch she sees. A 2-run round tripper for Taylor Cates. Bumped that slugging percentage up even more. Cates takes the lead, 2-1 Kennesaw State, and that one got out in a hurry. This brings up Cheyenne Sales. The Owls already with 2 hits here, and they have the 2-1 lead off the 2-run shot to right field from Taylor Cates. The 1-out pitch, that one a heater, stays up. Carter gonna have to regather herself after what has been a treacherous start. Once again, has had a amazing season, especially given that she's a freshman. 2.71 ERA coming into this. The next one on the way, and a fastball again stays up just a little bit. No one seemed to be down the middle. So now a advantageous count to another dangerous hitter in Cheyenne Sales. But it's exactly when you want to face a hitter like Sales. Base is empty. Carter delivers a 2-0. That was swung on and chopped into the mitt for strike 1. And what was a electric first inning for the Gamecocks. The Owls top it right away. Still have a chance with a hitter-friendly count. Only 1 out in this bottom first. The pitch, that one way up and in. Sales barely moved that bat. Now uses the knob of the bat. Makes a cross in the dirt. 3-1 count to the catcher. The pitch. Inside and ball 4. So Carter again gonna have to regather herself here as the Owls have a runner on. Berniah Bailey, the 5-hitter today, coming up to the dish, the left-handed slugger. Bailey hitting .291 this year, 2 home runs, slugging .436. So the dangerous part of the Owls order has already struck. The 0-0. That one inside. Bailey moves the hips for ball 1. A 2-1 ball game. The Owls score off a 2-run home run from Taylor Cates. The 1-0. Chopped foul to the third base side off the inside knob. Now you have all ones. 1 on, 1 out, and a 1-1 count. Bailey peering at the wristband, nods her head to Coach McKay down at third base. Looks back in. Carter looks at her own wristband. Fires, and that one off the inside arm. She had a brace on that elbow, a hit by pitch for Bailey. Really not the worst outcome you could have with a hitter of Bailey's prowess. So runners advance into scoring position, first and second. A 2-1 ball game with 1 out. This brings up Bella Galloway, batting .265 this year, the freshman, the DP today. So it was a hectic top first, has been a tremendous bottom first for the Owls. Regardless of the score, they will walk out of this inning with the lead. The first pitch to Galloway bounces in the dirt for ball 1. Not only will they have the lead no matter what leaving this inning, they also have made pitcher Kat Carter work quite a bit. It's been a troublesome inning. Already at her 18th pitch on the way. In for strike 1. That was a perfect pitch on the inside half. The 1-1, and that one hit up the middle. Grabbed by the shortstop in the double play ball, out at second, but safe at first. So that will strand runners at the corners with 2 outs. Mclemore was able to get that one over to Bonds to get that first. And the play at first was razor thin. Sales at third, and Galloway reaching on the fielder's choice. That brings up Kiara Cooper, the woman of the hour. Hit a grand slam against Sam Houston State. Only her second home run in a Kennesaw State uniform. 2 outs, a 2-1 lead for the Owls. The 0-0 to Cooper. Off the edge for ball 1. Perkins tried to frame that one a little extra. Looks back at the umpire, says that as low as the strike zone will go. He nods his head. Cooper batting .225, still technically a freshman in right field today. The 1-0 and a heater, just not enough to strike the zone on the inside. 2-0. And Carter's going to have to contemplate what you want to do here. Already a 2-0 count to a power hitter in Cooper. Do you want to maybe pitch around her? We'll see. 2-0 on the way. Nope. Strike 1. That one a hittable pitch, just off the plate a little bit. Runners on first and third. Sales reached on a walk. And Galloway on the fielder's choice. The 2-1. And that one's a fastball again on the inside. Hasn't been able to get that call. 3-1. So 1 pitch away from loading the bases. Madison Miller in the on-deck circle. Not necessarily as much of a power threat as Cooper. Cooper slugging .400 this year. 3-1 on the way. And that one hit out to deep right center. That one's going to fall off the wall. 1 run scores. And an RBI double turned into a 2 RBI double for Kiara Cooper. They probably should have pitched around her right there. Regardless, a 4-run bottom first inning for Kennesaw State. 2-run RBI double for the freshman.
Now batting number 1, Madison Miller.
This brings up Madison Miller with a runner in scoring position. A 4-1 ball game for the Owls. 2 outs. Again, Cooper on second. The left-handed hitter in Miller. First pitch to her. Strike one on the outside. The momentum that JSU had coming into this bottom half of the first, all but taken away from the Owls. Now 4-1 advantage for Kennesaw State. The 0-1, and Miller just slaps that one over to the third baseman. Another sidearm delivery off the glove, a run at the plate, scores. Another throwaway to the catcher, and Miller will get into second. So a 5-run bottom first so far, as Cooper scores from second base off of what will undoubtedly be an error for Jacksonville State. Could possibly even argue two. This brings up Ty Hardiman. On the board, you have just one error. And a close play right there at first that popped out of the glove of the first baseman. That advanced Miller as the throw to the catcher went awry. And then that scored the run for Cooper. Carter looking to retain the damage. 5-1, Kennesaw State. Just the bottom first inning. Hardiman at the plate with the runner in scoring position. 0-0, that one on the inside, strike one. Corners playing in. And Hardiman, if she's able to reach base, Kennesaw State will bat around in this inning. Faith Alexander in the on-deck circle. The 0-1 swung on and missed. That one was up and in, almost in the teeth. She swings at that for an 0-2. Hardiman batting 170 this year. Started 20 games. Been a part of every single game this year. The 0-2 swung on and missed on the identical pitch. And that will do it for a loud first inning for both teams. But the Owls leave the first, go to the top of the second with a 4-run advantage here at Kennesaw State at Bailey Park. You are listening to KSU Softball on the KSU Owl Network.
Our Owls scored 5 runs, led by a 2-run home run by Miller Case. 3 hits, there was 1 Jacksonville State error and 1 runner left on base. At the end of 1 inning to score, Kennesaw State 5, Jacksonville State 1. Fans with each successful strikeout made by KSU during today's game. Ingles, the official grocery partner of Kennesaw State Athletics, will generously donate $1 to the KSU Care Services Program. We thank Ingles for their generosity and partnership with KSU. Now batting for Jacksonville State number 5, Cameron Mclemore.
Back here at Bailey Park, Kennesaw State with a monstrous bottom first. They score 5 runs. It's a 5-1 advantage for the Owls. First pitch of the inning, Mclemore dribbles a 2-hopper out to Hardiman, and that is the first out, and a quick first out on 1 pitch in the top of the second. All of the players I want to talk about for Jacksonville State keep having first pitch outs, or getting on base at least with the first pitch, Mclemore being one of them. This brings up Hannah Buffington in right field. First pitch to her, a breaker off the edge, 1-0 advantage. JSU was able to put together 3 hits in the top of the first. And what to usually expect is an ideal first inning. That's about exactly what JSU had, a swing and a miss on the next pitch. Now a 1-1, 1 out. And then Kennesaw State said, no, we'll have about as good of a first inning as you could possibly imagine. 5 runs on 4 hits, 1 error for Jacksonville State. Next pitch, sprung foul on the inside part of the bat, back to the screen. Now 1-2. We'll see if Bennett can really settle in here. We'll look to see if Cat Carter can do the same in the circle. Bennett came into this game with a 3.64 ERA, trying to bring that down as much as possible. Opponent batting average is certainly a stat she wants to bring down. A 1-2, swing and a miss. And another strikeout for Bennett in the upper half of the zone. Gave him the heater. The challenge pitch sits down the hitter. This brings up Kelly Bobbitt in center field today, left-handed hitter. Hitting .231 today, batting in the 9-hole. Corners in, 2 outs, 5-1 lead for the Owls. And first pitch bounces up to Sales, tosses it back for ball 1. Not many clouds in the sky, a sunny day, 55 degrees, first pitch. Next pitch on the way, outside strike. Fell into the zone. Next one on the way, that one slapped into the glove of Faith Alexander. A loft shot results in out number 3, and a quick 1-2-3 for Melanie Bennett for the Owls. Going to the home half of the second. Owls still leading by 4. You're watching KSU Softball on the KSUL Network.
At the end of 1.5, the Owls 5, Jacksonville State 1. All Owls recorded 1 strikeout that last half inning. With that strikeout, Engel will donate $1 to the KSU Fair Service. We thank Engel, the official grocery partner, the Kennesaw State Owls Athletics. Adidas is the official supplier and outfitter of Kennesaw State Athletics. Be sure to get your official Adidas merchandise at KSUOwlsfield.com.
Back here at Bailey Park, where the Owls have a 4-run lead going into the bottom of the second. Looking to repeat exactly what they did last time out. Scored 5 runs in the bottom first. Did so on the backs of Taylor Cates with a 2-run shot, as well as a fielding error, and Kiera Cooper with a 2-out double. Scored 2 runs. Here comes up Faith Alexander, one of the 3 outs, and already getting her second at-bat in the bottom half of the second. First pitch on the way, and a breaker outside for ball 1. Usually when your leadoff hitter goes down quick, you think, well, maybe we're not going to score in this inning. That's not at all what happened for Kennesaw State. All-star with Katie Greep's single. Next one on the way, a changeup stays low. The advantage for Faith Alexander. And Alexander coming into this game with a 3-hit streak and a 3-game RBI streak. Next pitch, a 3-0 now. So Carter really going to have to fix some mechanics here. She wants to keep this leadoff walk avoided. The 3-0 delivery off the outside. No, that one just hit the edge for strike 1. Getting a little help there. It was certainly a close pitch. Alexander talking to the ump. Trying to understand the strike zone. Every good hitter does. The 3-1. That one identical, same spot. I mean, I don't think you could have ran tape back and it could have been the exact same spot, even better. I mean, same pitch, same velocity. Full count pitch. That one dribbled up to the pitcher Carter, and she tosses it over for a first out. Had to work for it. Alexander had the advantage of most of that count. Ends up being a leadoff out. This brings up Katie Greep, the first run to score for Kennesaw State today. She scored off the 2-run blast from Taylor Cates. 1 out, 4-run lead for the Owls. First pitch, again, working that outside corner for a strike is Carter. She was able to find that. It's going to be a big boost for her confidence today. 4 earned runs for Carter. Next pitch, outside, but that one was a mover, just stayed out. The 1-1. Last time Greep was up, kind of put a shot put single out there to right field, right in the edge of the infield grass. 1-1, and that one put foul, high into foul territory, and falls in between the catcher and the third baseman, Mosley and Perkins. That one seemed like it hung up forever. The 1-2 now to Greep. And if the Owls offense can get some consistency from players like Greep outside of their 3, 4, 5 hitters in Kate Sales and Bailey, that's going to be the key to their success in conference play. 1-2. That one scorched foul to the third base side. And Greep being one of those players, a junior, a mainstay in center field, started all 20 games this year. And only coming into this game batting 190, but if she gets hot, this is also a dangerous hitter for the Owls, especially in the left-handed batter's box. 1-2 on the way. That one hit foul to the same side. Seems to be working the outside, Carter does. Maybe look to Greep to try to take that one the opposite way to left field. Shortstop and second baseman playing almost back on the grass. 1-2 on the way, up and out. 2-2. The Owls have had 10 days off since their previous game, so they're certainly looking to warm the bats up quick, and they have already. 5 runs scored. 2-2. That one dribbled over to the first baseman, brings it in for out number 2. Two Hopper kind of got handcuffed a little bit, took it right in the chest. But that one's going to sting a little bit. That's all right for out number 2. 4-run lead for the Owls, brings up Taylor Cates. Last time up, hit her 9th home run of the season, as well as her 18th RBI. First pitch to Cates and a off-speed pitch that hung up, and I don't think she'll want to make that pitch twice. 0-1 to Cates. Again, 2 outs, 5-1 ball game, an advantage for the Owls. That one on the way, and that one sputtered foul to the first base side, touches the screen. 0-2 count to Taylor Cates, also known as one of the better hitters in bad hitters counts. Coming into this game with 26 hits. Again, a .905 slugging percentage, only boosted by the 2-run homer. The 0-2 to Cates. And that one pushed back again, foul off the inside. Just rolls off the screen.
I've been craving whatever since we saw those at the mall.
I think the most impressive fact about her home run is not only was it to the opposite field, but it got out quick. It was a line shot. There was no loft on that whatsoever. 0-2, the fire, and it results in a strikeout. The heater up and in gets Taylor Cates down for the 3rd strike. That takes us into the 3rd inning where the Owls still lead by 4. You're watching KSU softball on the KSU Owl Network.
Fans USA Rugby 7 Collegiate Championship coming to Pittsburgh Bank Stadium May 14th and 15th. Come see the best players from over 50 colleges. colleges compete right here at Kennesaw State. Fast-paced action, all-day fan festival, beer garden, and more. Visit r7cc.rugby for exclusive ticket options.
Or whatever.
Here in the top of the third inning at Bailey Park. Jordan Griffin on the call, along with Andrew Pelham on camera. Sandra Sullivan and Riley Robinson, our production team today. This brings up Abby Perkins for her second at-bat. Singled on the first pitch she saw, and the lone run to score for the Gamecocks. First pitch on the way, Bennett delivers, and strike one on the inside half. Perkins, an anomaly for a catcher, leading the team in walks. 15 this year compared to the second place leader on the team with 8. Also most runs scored. And again, a catcher, 0-1, delivers and just reaches for that one in the dirt for 0-2. Batting .250 as a freshman. Also a .430 on base percentage, 2 for 2 on stolen bases. 0-2 pitch off the outside, ball 1. Traditionally, you don't have a freshman catcher. Also traditionally not batting in the leadoff. Also traditionally doesn't lead your team in walks. But that's why she is in the leadoff spot. 15 walks this year. Can certainly work the count. 1-2. The fastball stays upstairs. Evens up. Wind really starting to blow into right center field. Bennett takes back the rubber. Delivers a swung on and miss on the inside heater. And the 2-2 goes to 3-2 for out number 1.
Now batting number 24, Sydney Wagner.
Bennett last time out against Sam Houston State had 10 strikeouts, already with 3 in this game. This brings up Sydney Wagner. Only saw 1 pitch, put down a successful sac bunt, the 0-0. Strikes the out edge for an 0-1, 1 out. Owls still with a 4-run advantage after scoring 5 in the bottom of the first inning. Answered the 1-run scored from the Gamecocks to start the game off. Swung on and chopped back to the screen. .02 count to the left fielder today. .283 average. This is a player that's improved quite a bit as well as Wagner. Bennett delivers the 0-2, and that's another strikeout. Back-to-back strikeouts, 1 swinging, 1 looking to start off this top third.
Number 17, Lindsey Richardson.
No contest from Wagner. Just looked it in and ran to the dugout. This brings up Lindsey Richardson, the first strikeout of the day for Bennett back in the first inning. Also the DP today. Made 5 starts last year as a freshman. Yo-oh, swung on and missed on the inside, a hearty swing. Freshman that started 5 games last year and now leading the team in batting average. .377 as a sophomore. I mean, what an improvement from your freshman to sophomore year. 0-1. A bender stays on the inside for strike 2. So Bennett working quick in the second inning. Me and Andrew over here were talking about, I think Bennett used under 10 pitches in that second inning and close to doing the same here in the third. 0-2. That one, the fastball stays up. She throws her hands up to Sale, say, okay, yeah, that was my bad. Maybe put a little too much mustard on it. Richardson with a .441 on base percentage. But down 1-2 right now. A swing and a miss. 3 strikeouts for Melanie Bennett to get out of the top third. She is rolling through the Gamecocks order right now, going into the bottom of the third. The Owls still with a 5-1 lead. You're watching KSU softball on the KSU Owl Network.
Our Owls struck out the side with 3 straight strikeouts. With that, Ingalls will donate $3 to the KSU Care Services. We thank Ingalls for their support of Kennesaw State Athletics, the official grocery partner of Kennesaw State. 7 innings and inning is tomorrow, Owl Nation. Be sure to be here for your chance to win a variety of prizes every half inning. Prizes include a team autographed game ball, KSU bookstore gift card, and an iPad. First pitch is at 12 noon. We'll see you right here at the Bailey tomorrow.
Here at Bailey Park in the home half of the third inning, Owls still nursing a 5-1 lead that they captured back in the first. 2 innings later, lead still stands. This brings up Cheyenne Sales. And an important part of Kennesaw State's order we talked about earlier is Sales and Cates being the bulk of the runs for Kennesaw State, scoring 42% of the runs in the starting lineup today, 32 of the 75 runs batted in. And if other teammates can contribute, that leads to wins for Kennesaw State. And that has happened today. Kara Cooper being just one of them, one of many. First pitch to Sales, and an off speed falls in for strike 1 down the pipe. Sales in the first inning walked and came around to score off of an RBI double from Kiara Cooper. The 0-1 in on the hands ball. Every time Sales walks out of the box, she makes some sort of symbol in the dirt. With the knob of her bat, puts the barrel in both hands. 1-1, swung on and missed. A nice heater and a cut, but a miss. Beautiful day for softball. First part of a doubleheader, 55 degrees out. Wind blowing into right field, about 10 to 15 miles an hour. 1-2, reach it up in the zone. Was swinging at air on that one for strikeout and a out number 1 to start off this third. So give Carter some credit. Now Bennett has certainly bounced back from that 1-run first inning that she gave up, but Carter has seemed to look like a new pitcher after that first 5-run inning. Had a 1-2-3 last time, and now back-to-back Ks from Cates and Sales, 2 most dangerous hitters in the Owls lineups. Brings up Bailey as she looks the first pitch in for ball 1. That one stayed high. Catcher threw it back to Carter. It bounced off her glove and had to retrieve it. Mclemore, the shortstop. Heads up play. 1-0 to Bailey. That one bounces twice before it even touches the plate. Carter reaches in the dirt, trying to get some moisture out of that pitching right hand. Wearing the black visor, looks at the wristband. 2-0 to Bailey. She swings in a pull foul of that ball down the first base line. Now Carter delivers. It's a little bit different than what you normally see. She'll almost extend both arms all the way out, almost straight in front of her face first. Holds that for about a half second, and obviously goes into her submarine windup. And almost every single pitch will wipe off her right hand with the towel she has on that back side of her pants, and that one is dribbled out to third. They throw it over, and Bailey gets number 2. A 5-1 lead for Kennesaw State. And a quiet out number 2 for Brenia Bailey. Was unable to take advantage of the count. This brings up Bella Galloway. Galloway last time reached on the fielder's choice, but came around to score. First pitch to her, and a changeup stays down around the shoelaces. Still a 4-run lead for Kennesaw State in the first A-Sun Conference game this year for both squads. Next pitch, delivers, same spot. Maybe a different pitch type this time. Something that stands out to me is Mosley, who made that play last time, the third baseman for the Gamecocks. The only player out here not wearing any headwear, doesn't have the visor, doesn't have a face mask or anything of the sort. The 2-0, Galloway just pushes that one over to Mosley. Speak of, and she sidearm delivers it once again for out number 3. So Carter allows 5 runs in the first inning, back-to-back 1-2-3s for the Gamecocks. And we go into the top of the 4th inning, and the Owls with still a 4-run lead. You're watching KSU softball on the KSU Owl Network.
Jacksonville State fans must use the power and excitement of live events like TicketSmart. For sports, concerts, and theater events, go to TicketSmart.com and download the app today.
Consecutive 1-2-3 innings for Kat Carter, the freshman for the Gamecocks. Kennesaw State's Melanie Bennett still in the circle, also looking for her 3rd consecutive 1-2-3. Both pitchers have certainly settled in since inning number 1. This brings up Megan Fortner. She doubled last time up. It was a result of the lone RBI. Right-handed hitter and hits that one hard into center field. Greep making a run on it and gloves it for out number 1. So back-to-back innings where Melanie Bennett has gotten 1 pitch, 1 out to start off the game. The inning, rather. Fortner goes down on 1 pitch. This brings up Carson Mosley. Third base today, singled last time up. 4-run advantage for the Owls. Has been scoreless since the first. We're in the top of the 4th inning, and that one hit to left field. Alexander going back on it and takes it in the shallow grass for out number 2. 2 pitches, 2 outs. Couldn't ask for any more from Bennett. That one seemed like it was hit a little harder, but I think had a lot of backspin and kind of hung up in the air a little longer than suspected. Brings up Brantley Bonds. He goes almost guaranteed she's going to look this first pitch in after back-to-back outs, and she will for strike number 1. And that's the IQ of Bennett, to throw a heater right down the middle knowing that Bonds is going to look in. And you already have a strike advantage. Right-handed hitter in Bonds with a 5-1 lead. That one a fastball off the plate for ball 1. Bonds, a junior, batting .311 this year. 6 doubles, and that's really the story of JSU's offense. 1-1, fires on the way. 2-1 now. Is that this team hits home runs. They lead the A-Sun in home runs, but not a single player has more than 4. They will also hit it into the gaps, Bonds being one of those, again with 6 doubles this year. 2-1, swung on and missed off the inside challenge. Evens up at 2, also 2 outs. So Bennett looking for a 3rd consecutive 1-2-3. Has kept the Gamecocks quiet since the first. 2-2 on the way. That one shot right back to the screen off the edge of the bat. Bonds with the ponytail braid with a few rubber bands in it. Trickling down her hair. Hanging down to the number 8 on her back. She settles into the right-hander's batting box. 2-2. That one identical. Fouled right back. Almost bounced back into play off the net. Bond's wearing this footwear or ankle guard, you can see, prevent foul balls from going off the foot. They're on the lead left foot. 2-2, Bennett. The breaker, that one was close. But you can usually tell if it's a strike or not by the reaction of the catcher, and Sales didn't really try and frame it all that much, so must have not been as close as I thought. Bennett, the payoff. Back to the screen yet again. She's fouled it back to the screen in 3 different ways. Middle, inside, outside part of the bat. Having to restrap those gloves, those Velcros. Probably coming a little loose with all that vibration from the bat. 3-2, and now unpopped. High and foul right back. Landing in the bleachers safely, no one harmed. Everyone getting out of the way safely. Good awareness from the home crowd faithful. That's a free souvenir. And get that autographed after the game. Bennett tosses, swing and a miss, and the silence continues from this JSU batting order as Bennett gets her 3rd consecutive 1-2-3. We go into the bottom of the 4th, still a 4-run lead for the Owls. You're watching KSU softball on the KSU Owl Network.
Middle of the 4th inning, the score is State 5, Jacksonville State 1. Ladies and gentlemen, this half inning, we're going to have an assistant with us up here in the PA booth. We'd like to welcome Evan. Evan will be our junior announcer of the game in just a moment.
It is 9 up, 9 down for Melanie Bennett in the circuit for the Owls. And Kat Carter has a chance to do the exact same thing for the Gamecocks. She's gone 6 straight batters retired. Has the middle inning meeting with the infield. High fives all around. Again, both pitchers have been stupendous since this first inning. It has stayed 5-1 since. We're here in the bottom of the 4th. This brings up Kiara Cooper, who has been swinging a hot stick lately. Grand slam against Sam Houston State and the 2 RBI double. First pitch to her, and the fastball, respect, stays upstairs for ball 1. Also came around to score. Turned out to be the 5th run of the first. That's really been the story of the game so far. Right-handed hitter sets in, and the bender stays in around the Sox for ball 2. Sox with 3 gold stripes around them. Black uniforms, gold lettering, and stripes for Kennesaw State. 2-0, and that one, a test swing, just touches the inside part of the bat. It goes back to the screen. Cooper throws her head up in frustration, saying, how did I do that? That was a ball all the way. That was almost hard to avoid, in my opinion. Carter delivers and a swing and a miss on a almost identical pitch on that same spot inside. Tried to pull that one hard to the left. Should be that third base line. A 2-2 now. No outs. Leadoff hitter in Cooper. Carter should get her 7th retired. She can. A swing and a miss on the upside. And that will do it for Cooper. 1 of 2 on the day. This brings up Madison Miller without number 1 in the books. Miller reached on an error last time on a wonky play. Hit it over to the 3rd baseman, throws it to first, popped out of the glove. They throw back to home, try and get the runner in Cooper as that first pitch on the outside edge for strike 1. And then Miller advances to second base, and Cooper scores. So she reached on the air, got as far as second. Batting in the 8-hole. The 0-1. She spoils that one to the left side off the screen again. It's been an active screen today. A lot of foul balls, a lot of vicious counts. As you got to give Melanie Bennett her credit for 9 up and 9 down. You didn't have to look and flip the card to Kat Carter after a 5-run first inning. Has then sat down 7 consecutive so far. And she makes it 8. Swing and a miss off the slap shot attempt from Madison Miller. Brings up Ty Hardiman, who also struck out last time. Yeah, she's looking to strike out the side. So a game in the first inning that looked like this could get out of hand from either side in terms of the bats. Bats have gone quiet. It's been a pitching duel after the first. Hardiman puts down a bunt that just goes foul too much. They pick it up, but not in time as it goes past the chalk. A smart play for Fortner to try and pick that one up before it went foul. Just couldn't quite nab it in time. Hardiman put down a surprise bunt to that first base line. Tried to pick it up and tag Hardiman out once again. Just past the chalk. 0-1 on the way, and she shoots that one out to left field, and that's going to be a perfect 2-out single. Just dies right in between the short and left fielder for a 2-out single for the freshman Hardiman. So Carter goes 8 consecutive retired batters up until Hardiman's 2-out single. This brings up Faith Alexander, 0 for 2 on the day. I think maybe the most impressive part of her stat line, she's getting her 3rd at-bat in the bottom of the 4th inning. 2 outs, infield playing in for the left-handed hitting Alexander. She steps up in the box, shows bunt, brings it back for ball 1. You always hear that decisive yell as soon as that bunt's about to be laid down. Infield and the bench also letting everybody know, hey, this is going to be a bunt. The 1-0, and she shoots that one over the center fielder's head, a line drive, and that's going to score Hardiman. And Faith Alexander is going to get the first triple of the year for Kennesaw State. An RBI 2-out triple. As soon as this inning seemed dead, she brings it back to life. 6-1 Owls. That's what the defense gets when they play in. A player like Faith Alexander, she can swing the stick and just pops over the center fielder's head. That's really the risk reward that you play in on the infield. It's also the same thing. Usually works more often than not, but not that time. First pitch to Greep, hits the outside black, strike 1. 6-1 ball game for the Owls. And that is the hitting, timely hitting outside of the 3-4-5 spots that we were talking about. And that is a one-hopper over to the first baseman. A nice glove and nabs the 3rd out, but not before. Faith Alexander gets the first triple of the season for the Kennesaw State Owls, scores the 6th run. They lead by 5 going into the 5th inning. You're watching KSU softball on the KSU Owl Network.
All right, fans, our Owls scored 1 run on 2 hits. So we know Jacksonville State has 1 runner left on base. At the end of 4 innings, our Owls 6, Jacksonville State 1. Let's hear it for our junior announcer, Evan. Thank you, Evan. Stick around for more KSU softball for the second game of today's conference doubleheader. Game 2 will begin in about 30 minutes after the conclusion of our game.
Back here at Bailey Park, where the Owls extend their lead to 5 off the two-out triple rather, from Faith Alexander, scoring a RBI for Madison Miller. Is quite the two-out rally for the Owls. Again, it seemed like it was a hopeless bottom of the 4th inning. Now in the top 5th, this brings up Cameron Mclemore. Mclemore, an interesting player. We'll see if she can do one pitch, one out again for Bennett, as she did last time. First pitch in the dirt for ball 1. Mclemore this year, only starting 13 games, slugging .829, also a .545 on base percentage. Outstanding year, the 1-0, and she skies that one into shallow center field. Who's gonna get it? Nobody. Falls right in between 3 defenders for the Owls. Not sure if that was a miscommunication or just a perfectly put shot. Bumping up, that's a on-base percentage for Mclemore. Speak of, this brings up Buffington. Buffington struck out last time, 1 of 6 strikeouts for Bennett today. But the leadoff single brings hope for the Gamecocks offense.
Now batting number 14, Lindsey Van Manen.
And we have a substitution, as it will be number 14, Lindsey Van Manen, batting for Hannah Buffington here in this 8th spot. Right-handed hitter. No outs, runner on first. 6-1 game. Swung on and miss off the off-speed. Leadoff single for Buffington, so that will also end the streak for Bennett for 9 straight retired batters. 0-1 pitch. Inside, just touches the black enough for strike 2. Buffington moved the hands in just a little bit, but hard to avoid a perfect pitch from Bennett. She has been dealing today. 6 strikeouts. 0-2 delivers, and that's another loft shot. Believe into foul play, will be behind the net. Sale's unable to do anything with it. Our SID for softball, Mr. Michael Pitts, said turning point so far this year for Bennett was probably that Sam Houston State game. I think that certainly looks to be true. Again, 6 strikeouts already, had 10 strikeouts against Sam Houston State, and their most convincing win this year so far. The 0-2 stays up. She has looked like a different pitcher from this first to second half of the start of this season. And the Owls have played a nasty non-conference schedule, resulting in a 7-13 record. One of the many reasons why. 1-2 on the way, moves the hips back, almost gets hit by it for ball 2. We've played teams like Arkansas, Florida State, both ranked in the top 10 when they played them respectively. Auburn, a top 25 team. That game is postponed, will hopefully be rescheduled for the Owls. 2-2 delivery, and that one hit, lobbed out to center field. Greep takes a step back, but gets underneath it. Takes about 5 steps forward for out number 2. Excuse me, number 1. Runner on first still. This brings up Kelly Bobbitt. Bobbitt flew out to Faith Alexander, left-handed hitter, playing center field today. 5-run lead for the Owls. She shows bunt, brings it back. Stays high. Ball 1. Owls with 5 hits, Gamecocks with 4. Left side of this infield on third base side, playing in. The next pitch, she moves out of the box, tried to slap that one, but brings her hands in for ball number 2, decides against it at the last minute. See Alexander and Cates playing beyond the bag, in on the infield, or the right side doing a little less. She shows bunt again, but that one's in for strike 1 right down the middle. Now Bobbitt will have an opportunity because Cates will come in no matter what here. So maybe loft it over into left field. The 2-1 delivery, and she does lob it into center. Greep calls off Miller for out number 2. And that's the advantage of playing in on the outfield We saw the disadvantage in the previous inning with Faith Alexander scorching it over the center fielder's head. That time, I don't know if Great makes that play if they're not playing in on the outfield. Made that play to her right. 2 outs, still a 5-run lead for Kennesaw State. The first pitch to Perkins, off speed, out of the zone, ball 1. Perkins 1 of 2 on the day. Scored the lone run for the Gamecocks in the bottom of the first, also struck out in the third. Bennett fires, and that one scorched to the third base side foul. Bennett has been able to stay out of pressure pitches so far. Again, outside of the first inning has really been the entire theme of the game for both sides. Only 64 pitches, the 64th on the way. Stays in. When Bennett has missed today, it's been up in the zone. Can be dangerous at times, but hasn't really been a problem today. Bennett, an experienced sophomore. Not really two terms that go together often. Next pitch, delivers and fires a fastball on the bottom inside corner. 1 runner on, 2-2 count, 2 outs. Bennett looking to hush the Gamecocks lineup again. Pitches, and that one off the thigh, and wow, that one's gonna be a limping hit by pitch down to first base. Perkins really took one for the team there. So runners advance to second and first. And you know it really hits you when you don't hear anything. That means it hit every part of that thigh or every part of that knee on the kind of the lower oblique area of Perkins. And it falls almost like right in front of you. That's when it really hits you solid. 2-out pitch, the 0-0, bounces up onto the plate. Sales gloves it for ball 1. Leadoff single from Cameron Mclemore, followed by the hit by pitch. Now with 2 outs, has 2 runners on for the Gamecocks. Most active inning they've had since the first. Pitch delivered and spoiled foul off the edge of the bat for strike number 1. Sydney Wagner, 0 for 1 today. Had the sac bunt in the first and a strikeout looking in the third. She had one of those strikeout lookings where you just look at it and you run straight to the dugout. You knew it was strike 3. 1-1, fired. In for strike number 2 in the rundown over to second base, and they tag her out. Got caught in a pickle. Sales smartly threw it down to second base, caught her off the bag too much for out number 3. It comes on the base paths. An unorthodox play results in the bottom 5th going into for Kennesaw State with a 5-run lead for the Owls. You're watching KSU Softball on the KSU Owl Network.
There were no runs. There was 1 hit, no Kennesaw State errors, and 1 runner left on base. In the middle of the 5th inning, the score, Owls 6, Jacksonville State 1. Fans, our concession stand is open and accepts all major cards. As form of payment, be sure to stop by and enjoy your favorites, such as hot dogs, popcorn, and ice cold Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is the official beverage partner of Kennesaw State Athletics.
Not exactly how you usually end an inning, but Sales responsible for the 3rd out for Kennesaw State. Caught a runner down, leading off second base a little too much, and the Gamecocks finally get some runners on, but are unable to capitalize. And we head into the bottom of the 5th inning. And speaking of 5, that's what the Owls have over the Gamecocks so far. 6-1 ball game. This brings up Taylor Cates, hit a 2-run homer in the first inning, struck out in the second. The delivery is swung on and missed, and she's missed a couple of those high pitch or high delivered fastballs. That one sent Cates spinning like a top on that lead front foot. 0-1. Swung on and missed again. That's upstairs. That one a little more inside this time. She kind of just shakes her head vigorously. Not happy with herself on that. Although Cates has had a terrific year, can be susceptible to the strikeout. 13 this year. That's not an inflated amount. 0-2, and that one hit hard. Foul to the left side. Third base side, and that hit a tree. That poor tree. Left a dent that erosion for 200 years can't fix. A loud 0-2 to Taylor Cates. She fires, and that one hit into left field perfectly for a leadoff single for Taylor Cates in between third and short, right into left field. Reached on the outside part of the zone, hit on the outside half of the bat. Was going to be fooled no longer. So the Owls with runner on already. This brings up Cheyenne Sales, who is 0 for 1 technically today. Has scored a run, a walk in the first, struck out in the third. The steal on for Cates. Perkins throws down, safe. Cates, 4 for 4 on stolen bases this year. Typically, you don't see her a whole lot on the bases because if she swings the bat, that ball's usually going over the fence. But 4 for 4, perfect so far this year. So a runner in scoring position with no outs. And a hitting advantage count to Sales. And she hits that one on the inside part of the bat behind the screen, foul. Off the hands of a bystander in the stands. Good heads up play. Don't want anyone on their phones in danger behind the plate, especially today. A 1-1 count to Sales. 6 hits for Kennesaw State, resulting in 6 runs. Defense playing up. The pitch, and Sales rockets that one out to the foul territory beyond the fence on the third base line. Was on top of that one, just got out on her front foot a little too much. The Owls just a few runs away from putting this game away. This is the first part of a doubleheader. Carter delivers that one. Tried to frame it on the outside edge, but can't do it enough. The Jacksonville crowd that traveled from Alabama, unhappy with it, evens up at 2. Certainly a close pitch, and a good frame drop from Perkins. Just didn't quite get the call that time. Wind has seemed to die down. On the way, 2-2, swung on and missed off a very close to identical pitch on the outside edge. Looked to be fooled on that one for out number 1. Cates still in scoring position, and the Owls still with a 5-run lead in the bottom 5th. So Sales strikes out for the second time today. Carter has done a good job. Again, put all this in perspective, a freshman of handling runners on base. First pitch to Berniah Bailey. The off speed stays off the plate, bounces up to the catcher mitt. First and second baseman playing rather close together. Massive gap up the middle, 1-0. Bailey shoots that one foul to the first baseline. One count for Berniah Bailey. Again, the 3-4-5, the only part of the lineup that has not moved a single game this year for Kennesaw State. Bailey playing at first today, slugging .436, .291 batting average this year. 1-1. She just knobs that one to first base, a dud, and that is going to be the out number 2 that they need. Cates advances to third.
Now batting number 24.
And you can hear the inside part of that bat getting hit. It was a complete thud that resulted in just a dying ball that rolled over to first. This brings up Bella Galloway. 0 for 2 today, and she takes that one to deep left, getting underneath it, blocking the sun out with her right hand and bringing it in. Gloving it for out number 3 is Wagner. And with a lead-off single and a stolen base, the Owls unable to capitalize, but they still have a 5-run lead going into the 6th inning over the JSU Gamecocks. You're watching KSU Softball on the KSU Owl Network.
At the end of 5 innings, the Owls 6, Jacksonville State 1. Registration for KSU Annual Dot Martin Scholarship Golf Classic is now open. The tournament is a long-standing tradition for KSU Athletics, serving the mission to raise funds for athletic scholarships. The 2022 Dot Martin Golf Classic is scheduled for May 9th. Be sure to register today at ksuowls.com/dotmartin.
Kennesaw State Owls get a runner to scoring position all the way to third, but unable to bring him home. Fortunate news for them. They still lead 6-1 over the JSU Gamecocks in the first edge of a doubleheader in the first A-Sun Conference game to start off this conference season. This brings up Sydney Wagner. 0 for 2 today, or 0 for 1. Had a bunt back in the first and a strikeout in the third. Getting another at-bat. She was at the plate earlier, but the third out in the previous inning for the Gamecocks came on the base paths as Cameron Mclemore got caught at second base, leading just a little too much. First pitch on the way and hits the bottom half of the zone. Another groan from the JSU faithful. A tremendous rivalry between these two squads, the Owls and the Gamecocks. Close proximity, 0-1 delivery, and that one hit deep out to right field. Cooper getting underneath it, going to the warning track and bringing it in for out number 1. Had the advantage of the sun kind of being on the back side of her. Didn't really have to shade the sun so much as you do in left field right now, with the sun being in the opposite direction around 2:15 p.m. right now. So Wagner goes down for out number 1. This brings up Lindsey Richardson. Has struck out twice today. First pitch delivers. Did she go? They go down the first base ump, says no. Test swing invalid. Richardson, an all-time high school player like most of these Gamecocks are. Hits the next one off the end of the bat for strike 1. High school's all-time leader in RBIs, doubles, home runs, total bases, on-base percentage, OPS, walks, and slugging percentage. Felt like liar right there. Listing off about 10 different stats that she leads all-time in her high school. 1 out, the 1-1 delivery, and that one just a topper over to Bennett, again off the edge of the bat for out number 2. She tosses it to Bailey. Umpire coming up to check on Bennett, or check on the ball rather.
Now batting number 6, Megan Fortner.
This brings up Megan Fortner. Fortner also having another improved year, much like a lot of these Gamecocks. Hit only .225 last year, has always had that pop, 7 home runs, 34 hits. But this year has been a different story. .358 coming into this game, 9 doubles now on the season, slugging near the 700 mark. Tremendous all-around player. But Bennett looking to put her away for another quality inning. With 2 outs, the 0-0, and that one off the inside. Test swing again. Shot foul to the first base side. That was one where you bring the hands in, and the edge of the bat kind of just dips over the strike zone. Touches it just enough. 6-1 lead for the Owls. 0-1 windup, delivers for a strike. Down and in. That's exactly where Bennett has controlled the game. Looking to silence the bats again for the Gamecocks. 0-2. And that one hit hard, foul. Will get over the wall for Kennesaw State's Bailey Park in foul territory. Quite a bit of foul territory on both sides. I'd say probably an equal amount for both. Pretty symmetrical ballpark. Bennett looking to put Fortner away. That one hit off the screen again, bounces once and comes back down to Sales. Nice heads-up play. Again, Bennett has been able to get ahead in these counts, mostly off of just staying alive for the Jacksonville State batters, getting them down early in counts, fouling ball off left and right. We've seen a ton of foul balls today. Bennett delivers. You see it here, the grunt, the fastball. Checks the fingers. Old number 1 did a little bit of damage to, I think, Bennett's hand. Maybe not as much as damage as just pain. If anyone's ever pitched before, after a certain amount of pitches, those fingertips start to become pretty raw. And now with pitch number 77 on the way, certainly think that's probably setting in for Bennett. And that one hit hard out to left field. Miller's going back. She has to shade the sun again, but brings it in just 2 steps away from the wall. And that is out number 3, allowed out number 3, but regardless, Bennett has been rolling. 5 scoreless innings since the top of the first inning. We go into the home half of the 6th, where the Owls have a 6-1 lead over the Gamecocks. You're watching KSU Softball on the KSU Out Network.
All right, fans, in the stands on the first base side, we have Shanika. And Shanika is here to play our trivia game. In fact, of today's trivia questions, they're all KSU softball trivia questions. All right, our question of the day. If you win, you win a prize bag. Our question of the day is, which Owl currently leads the team in stolen bases? Is it A, Faith Alexander, B, M.G. Anderson, C, Taylor Cates, or D, Cheyenne Sayles? Faith Alexander, M.G. Anderson, Taylor Cates, or Cheyenne Sayles? Fans, feel free to help us.
MG?
That's correct. It's M.G. Anderson. Congratulations, Shanika. Walk away with a prize back. Courtesy of KSU. Also,
back here at Bailey Park, where it has been the Melanie Bennett show. Has allowed 1 run over 6 full innings of work so far. And the Owls possibly will bat for the last time here at the bottom of the 6th inning. They have a 6-1 lead. Jordan Griffin on the call, along with Andrew Pelham on camera, Sandra Sullivan and Riley Robinson on our production team. Bringing you the first game, first leg of this doubleheader against Jacksonville State for the Kennesaw State Owls. The 0-0 to Kiera Cooper, in for strike 1. Cooper just didn't even waggle the bat, just looked that one in, completely frozen. Had the 2-run RBI double in the first inning. Struck out back in the 4th. So still a pretty good 1-for-2 game. 0-1, and she shoots that the opposite way over the right fielder's. No, it's gonna be caught. Thought the right fielder took a bad angle to it, but that's exactly what Buffington did. Took a good angle and resulted in out number 1. Regardless, a hard hit ball the opposite direction for Kiera Cooper. It's a sign of a hitter that is hot. You can line out hard the opposite way. You're certainly hitting the ball well. This brings up Madison Miller, left-handed hitter, First ball off the edge. Notorious slap hitter 0 for 2 today. Miller batting .222 coming into this game this year, and a identical .222 slugging percentage. Not exactly the typical power threat. As that next pitch off the edge for strike number 1. That's often where you'll see pitchers usually work a hitter in Miller. So far we've seen her this year. They'll usually work her on the outside. She's a slap hitter running out of that left-handed batter's box. And the same pitch, that one spoiled foul to the third base side. Now 1-2 with a 5-run lead for Kennesaw State. If you're just now tuning in, you missed the first inning where most of this action really took place. They scored 5 runs to answer the 1 run from the Gamecocks. Also tagged on another one in the 4th. Faith Alexander triple, the lone triple for the Owls this year. Tallied the 6th run for the Owls. Carter fires the 1-2, and that one just pooched over into foul territory. That was an outside pitch that is going to be a foul ball, but exactly what we were just discussing. Outside pitch just off the edge of the bat. I think they're going to say she left the box early regardless. So she will get unconventional strike 3, and that brings up Ty Hardiman. First pitch to Hardiman, in on the knees, strike 1. You see that towel throughout the game getting a little dirtier and dirtier for Kat Carter. Every time after every pitch, leaves the rubber, picks up some dirt with that right hand, and also wipes it off with the towel that she has. Next pitch, a changeup underneath the knees for ball 1. 2 outs here, the top of the 6th, bottom of the 6th inning. The Owls possibly batting for the last time in this first game. Next pitch skied back, straight back. It's going to hit the press box. You've seen the wind kind of pick up again, blowing out to right center field. Seems to be almost every time the wind blows in that direction. So if you lift the ball out to right field, which we've seen today, Taylor Cates was an example of that. That ball will carry out to the right. Get a little help from Mother Nature. The pitch to Hardiman, swung on and missed for strike number 3 and out number 3. The Owls looking to shut the door going into the top of the 7th. They nurse a 5-run lead over the JSU Gamecocks. You're watching KSU Softball on the KSU Owl Network.
JSU errors and no runners left on base. At the end of the 6th inning, score Owls 6, Jacksonville State 1. Don't forget, fans, registration for the Dot Martin Golf Classic is now open. Tournament is a long-standing tradition for KSU Athletics, serving the mission to raise funds for athletic side. The 2022 Dot Martin Classic is scheduled for May 9th. Register today at ksuowls.com/Dot Martin.
Back here at Bailey Park, just 3 outs left for the Kennesaw State Owls with a 6-1 lead in the top of the 7th. Melanie Bennett looking to shut the door on another CG, did the same against Sam Houston State. Will first face Carson Mosley, the third baseman today, 1 of 2 today. Kicks and flips, and that one hit deep to left field. Miller going in and making a play to her right on the foul line for out number 1. Had the snow cone, that one almost popped out of the leather. So now just 2 outs left. So far, Bennett with a line that would make a grown man cry. 6 1/3 of work, only 4 hits allowed and only 1 earned run, and that was all the way back in the first. Has hushed the bats of the Gamecocks. Next pitch in for strike one on Brantley Bonds. The rule is anytime you're pitching to a Bonds, you always want the bases empty. That's exactly what they have here. The 0-1. That one change up just off the edge. Fastball, same place. 2-1 now to Bonds, a right-handed hitter. Owls defense hasn't had to work too much as Bennett has put together 6 strikeouts today. 2-1 delivery, that's another fly ball out to Miller. She's going back. Is that one gonna make it? No, she goes a half step away and gloves it for out number 2 at the warning track. 2 consecutive loud outs for the Owls. Madison Miller has made a tremendous amount of plays today in that left field spot. Sliding attempt in first has had, I think, 3 or 4 balls caught at that warning track area. And the Gamecocks are down to their final out here in this first game of the doubleheader. Cameron Mclemore looks the first pitch in for strike one. Nods and says that was a good one. Bennett has lowered her ERA from 3.64 and now 3.40. 0-1, and that one's skied. Who else but Miller is going to close this one out for the Owls, and she does. Kennesaw State victorious in the first game. 7 successful innings in the star of the game. Melanie Bennett allowed 1 run, 3 hits in the first inning. The entire rest of the way allowed 1 hit. They end with 4, 1 run for JSU, 6 runs for Kennesaw State. The Owls were buoyed by a 5-run first inning on the backs of Taylor Cates. Cheyenne Sales also scoring a run, as well as a 2-run RBI from Kiera Cooper. Faith Alexander also hitting the lone triple of the year for Kennesaw State, an RBI. And Ty Hardman also coming around to score for the 6th run in this game. And Kennesaw State with a win margin of 5 in this first head of the doubleheader against the JSU Gamecocks. They are now undefeated on the conference year. Stick with us. Here in probably under an hour, Kennesaw State will get the first pitch against the JSU Gamecocks here in game 2 of this doubleheader. Owls win 6-1. Melanie Bennett, a star in this one. And we will see you in 45 minutes. You're watching KSU Softball on the KSUL Network.
She is 6-6 on the season. Our next game will begin in about 30 minutes from now. If you're staying with us, our concession stand is open, serving a variety of snacks and Coca-Cola products. If you're leaving us, we thank you for spending your day with us. If you travel home, please do so safely. Our next game will begin in 30 minutes.
Goes a hole.
NCAA Sun Conference and Kennesaw State University encourage and promote good sportsmanship by student athletes, coaches, and spectators. We request your cooperation by supporting the participants and officials in a positive manner. We thank you for your cooperation, and we hope you enjoy Game 2 of our series. All right, fans, we're starting over, so be sure to grab a new softball bingo card from the marketing table near the front gate. First 3 fans to get bingo wins. Bring the results back to the marketing table to be verified. Metro Atlanta Ambulance Service is proud to be the official ambulance provider for Kennesaw State University and KSU Owls softball. KSU takes this opportunity to thank Metro Atlanta Ambulance Service for their support of Kennesaw State athletics, and we congratulate you on the GMS Academy's ongoing success.
Somebody sitting
They
there.
are. They went down to the concession stand.
There's somebody right here. They just went to the back.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce the starting lineup for Game 2 of our game between the Jacksonville State Gamecocks and the Kennesaw State Owls. For the starting lineup for Jacksonville State. Batting first, playing catcher number 15, Abby Perkins. Batting second, playing right field number 24, Sydney Wagner. Batting third, playing first base number 6, Megan Fortner. Batting fourth, the designated player, number 70, Addie Robinson. Batting fifth, the third baseman, number 12, Tarzan Mosley. Batting sixth, playing shortstop, number 10, Katie Phillips. Batting seventh, playing second base, number 8, Brentley Vines. Batting eighth, playing right field, number 16, Hannah Bubbington. Batting ninth, playing center field, number 9, Savannah Sutton. And pitching for Jacksonville State, number 4, Sarah Curie. And now, here's the starting lineup for our Kennesaw State Owls. Batting first, playing shortstop, number 9, Faith Alexander. Batting second, playing center field, number 8, Katie Reed. Batting third, playing third base, number 99, Taylor Cates. Batting fourth, catching, number 3, Cheyenne Sales. Batting fifth, playing third base, number 5, Maya Bailey. Batting sixth, the designated player, number 24, Bella Galloway. Batting seventh, playing right field, number 28, Sierra Cooper. Batting eighth, playing left field, number 1, Madison Miller. Batting ninth, playing second base, number 21, Kai Hardeman.
Here for Game 2 for the Kennesaw State Owls. They won the previous game in the first leg of this doubleheader, 6-1 on the backs of Melanie Bennett, who won a CG, 7 innings, only 1 earned. Now in the circle for the Owls is Lindsey Kite. Going to the batting order for the Gamecocks in the second game, we have Perkins in the leadoff spot. Batting number 2 is Wagner. Fortner in the 3-hole. Addie Robinson in the cleanup, the DP today. Mosley playing third base in the 5 spot. Cheney Phillips getting the start at short today. Also Brantley Bonds in the 7-hole. Buffington and Wright in the 8-hole. And Savannah Suddeth in the 9-hole today. This brings up Perkins once again. Has one of the best eyes in all of the A-Sun, especially being a catcher, batting in this right-handed spot. First pitch in this second game of the doubleheader, almost underway. Kite in the circle for the Owls, 3.79 ERA, 0 for 2 on the season. Has battled some injuries. She winds and fires the first one, ball 1. So starting off this game, Perkins will get a friendly count. She started off the first game with 1 pitch and a single. One of only 4 hits surrendered to the Gamecocks. Kite fires again. That one in right down Main Street, strike 1. Jordan Griffith, Andrew Pelham, Riley Robinson, and Sandra Sullivan, our producers today. Thank you to the entire production team for not only this broadcast, but a lot of broadcasts this year. Just now getting to the swing of things, as that's a now 1-2 count. Another numero uno for Kite, just strikes the outside edge. Kite also shades her eyes with that right-handed glove. Next pitch on the way, a breaker just never broke down. Evens at 2. The sun peering in on her right side, the third base line. So she uses her right hand, which is her non-throwing hand, to block the sun out, to look in for the signs. 2-2 on the way, and that one right down the middle. I think it was a changeup. Regardless, it's good for a strikeout and out number 1 to start this one off right for the Kennesaw State Owls. Perkins goes down looking. This brings up Wagner. Wagner batting .287. 53 at-bats this year, and she takes the first pitch. One glove from Alexander, and she gets her. Trapped that one off the dirt. A beautiful play, diving to the middle from Alexander. She celebrates with a nice series of dance moves with her second baseman, Hardiman. And that is a loud out number 2 and a beautiful defensive play, a gem from Faith Alexander. So Kite getting some early support from the defense. This brings up Fortner. Fortner looks the first one off the plate for ball 1. That was a slow pitch. So not your normal 6-3. Kite's 1-0. A fastball has to move the legs back a little bit, get out of the way. Megan Fortner has wearing the whites with the pinstripes today. Black helmet, right-handed batter, kind of hunched over stance. Red ribbon on the back of her ponytail. The 2-0 delivery, swing and chops that one back to the knee guard of Cheyenne Sales. I think also may deflect her hand. She's kind of shaking it off a little bit. Where's the batting glove on the left hand for Sales? A left-handed throwing catcher, which you don't see a whole lot of, or excuse me, has the, not left-handed throwing catcher, a left-handed catching catcher with the batting glove underneath the glove. Sometimes catchers like to take that batting glove off and like to get the feel of the ball, but when you're throwing heat from Lindsey Kite, you want that extra protection. 3-1. That one just off the outside. Kite fires, and that one is skied foul to the first base line. Out of play. I want to correct myself. It's evened at 2-2 now. So the scoreboard says. Got ahead of myself a little bit. A fastball rides just outside of just enough. Now the full count. Or is it a walk? And there was a confusion again with the scoreboard as well as the batter. The batter's going to first. I don't think the umpire cleared that.
I kept looking at it and it kept being 2, and I was like, oh.
She did. She just said that was ball 4. So I guess I was correct originally. So I get for doubting myself. That is ball 4. And a 2-out walk to Fortner. This brings up Addie Robinson. And Robinson batting .333 this year in her 8th game start. First pitch, fastball, inside, strike 1. Now, for only starting 7 games, she has an awful lot of RBIs, 15 on only 9 hits, 2 home runs, 2 doubles this year. The next one, that one in off the forearm. Robinson takes the base.
Now batting number 12, Carson Mosley.
So what seemed to be a harmless inning now has ducks on the pond. 2 outs, scoreless ball game here in the top of the first. Brings up Carson Mosley, the third baseman today. 0-0, delivered. Heater right down the pipe, strike 1. Kite Submarines the next one, fouled off of the shin of Mosley. That's the walk off to the first base side and obviously grimacing in pain. 0-2 count now. Owls wearing the black uniform still. Gold trim. Here at Bailey Park, wind starting to pick up. It's about 60 degrees now. Pretty similar to the first pitch in the first game. 0-2 on the way, and that one skied into center field. Drifting out to right with the wind, and Kiera Cooper will bring it in for out number 3. So after a 2-out walk and a 2-out hit by pitch, the Gamecocks unable to convert that into runs as the Owls hold them scoreless here in the top first. We go into the home half of the first. The Owls tied 0-0. We're still scoreless. You're watching KSU softball here on the KSU Network.
Jacksonville State runners left on base. In the half inning, Jacksonville State 0, Owls coming up to bat. Fans, be sure to stay in the know with everything KSU by following us on Twitter at KSU Owls Nation. And for more specific softball information, follow KSU Owls SB.
Back here at Bailey Park, it's a scoreless ball game here in the home half of the first. Starting lineup for the Kennesaw State Owls, the batting lineup the exact same as the previous game. Only difference was Kite in the circle. And in the circle today for the Gamecocks in this second game is Sarah Curry, another freshman, the second freshman hurler of the day. 1.98 ERA, 5-1 record. Has been outstanding this year. You can see that with the record of Jacksonville State. 15-10. Owls bump their record up to 8-13. First pitch to Faith Alexander. She looks it in for strike 1. Looking to work the count of a solid freshman. Alexander had the lone triple of the year for Kennesaw State. They were the only ASUN team that had not hit one up until the previous game. 0-1, and that one lofted into the infield, had to get out of the circle to dodge that one as Mosley gloves it for out number 1.
Now batting number 8, Katie
And a quick 2-pitch at bat. This brings up Katie Greep. She was responsible for the first run of the day for the Owls in the previous game. Curry delivers, and that's another skyscraper. After it touches a cloud, it comes back down in the glove of Mosley again.
Now batting number 99.
A pair of outs, almost twins with how they were recorded. Up to the plate is Taylor Cates. 2-run homer, as well as a single in the previous game. She hit the homer on the first pitch she saw in the previous game. We'll see if she can do it here. That one, not even going to give it a chance. A bender that stayed way up. 1-0 advantage to Cates. I don't think it's any stretch to say probably the best hitter in the A-Sun, or at least the hottest hitter in the A-Sun right now. The 1-0, again high this time, had some velocity to it. With 2 outs, Taylor Cates up. Not exactly sure what this at-bat's gonna hold with it. Already a 2-pitch advantage for a dangerous hitter in Cates. The pitch, and that's a fastball off the edge. I was not surprised by that by anybody. I think the ump had kind of twitched a little bit to go for the strike call, but I think decided against it at the last minute. A 3-0 count, and you have to think there might not be another great one, but there's a great pitch right there. Cates just takes the mandatory 3-0 take. So strike one. 2 outs, still scoreless ball game. The 3-1 on the way, off the edge. Cates looks it in for a ball 4 and a 2-out walk. Probably smart for Curry to not let Cates field the softball early on in this one. This brings up Cheyenne Sales. Not exactly like the cleanup hitter, is a whole lot worse. This is quite the hitter as well, batting .317. Also a workhorse of a catcher. Has started all 20 games for the Owls this year behind the dish. 2 outs, runner on first. The 0-0. And the numero uno upstairs, but out. And again, you see hear some groans from not the home faithful, but the traveling faithful from Jacksonville State. Quick drive from Jacksonville, Alabama. Good rivalry here with the Kennesaw State Owls. Now the 1-0 to Sales, and she takes that one into the gap in left center. That one's going, it's gone. See ya, 2-run shot. Cheyenne Sales takes advantage of the count, sees the fastball, and puts it over the fence. Stomps on home plate, gets the hugs from her teammates. In back-to-back games, Kennesaw State has hit a 2-run home run in the first inning. And that's exactly the problem with this lineup. You walk Taylor Cates, but then you have a player like Cheyenne Sales coming around, and she is a problem in herself, tallying her 5th homer of the year. Next pitch to Brenia Bailey. She looks it inside for strike 1. Perfect pitch from Curry that time. We'll see if the freshman can bounce back. We saw Kat Carter in the previous game for the Gamecocks bounce back in a big way. Allowed 5 runs in that first inning, 4 earned. Pitch on the way and touches the black on the outside edge this time. 2 good pitches. Carter allowed 5 total in that game earned. 4 in the first, but bounced back and really kept the Owls scoreless for the majority of that game. The 0-2, and that one is just shot-putted foul to the third base side. So we'll see if the second freshman hurler thrown in the circle today for the Gamecocks can do the same thing. Now, of course, you're not allowing a 5-run inning so far. 2 runs for the Owls. The 0-2 pitch. Breaker off the edge. That one didn't contest. Bailey puts the hand up to the ump. Curry looks at the wristband, fires the 1-2 just off the top half of the bat to the screen. Left-handed hitter in Bailey. Took a hit by pitch earlier in this afternoon in the first game. Has one of those right elbow guards. Hit right off the guard. That's exactly what you got it there for. Probably didn't feel that one iota. 2 outs, 2-0 ball game off the lone blast from Cheyenne Sales. The 1-2, and that one scored it foul to the third base side yet again. Don't think Bailey has fouled one off to the first base side today. It's been maybe behind on it a little bit to the opposite side of the field. The 1-2, and she takes that one on the thigh. I jinxed that. I apologize. Has been hit by a pitch twice today. Not exactly the bounce back you want to see from the freshman in the circle. This brings up Bella Galloway. Now with the runner on first, 2 outs. Having to work a little bit. This will be her 18th pitch already. We're in the bottom first. But 1 out away for the Gamecocks between not having a horrendous first inning and certainly keeping this game attainable. The pitch to Galloway, the grunt, didn't get the call. That one just up and away. Curry wearing that face guard, along with the chin straps. Got a red bow on the ponytail. Looking at the wristband again, the 1-0. A test swing went too far for Galloway. That one was a changeup in the dirt. Just touched the white chalk on that backside. In the left-handed hitter's box. Right-handed hitter in Galloway. 1-1. The pitch, and that one lofted, foul again behind the screen. Make sure the bystanders are safe. Gotta keep your wits about you here at Bailey Park, especially today. The middle of this infield wide open. They're playing the corners. 1 and 2, the strikeout. Challenge pitch up and in. Goes the Gamecocks' way, but not before Cheyenne Sales hits a 2-run blast to deep center field and puts the Owls up 2-0 going into the top of the second. This is KSU softball on the KSU Owl
Our
Network.
Owls scored 2 runs on a 2-run home run by Cheyenne Sales. 1 hit, no Jacksonville State errors, and 1 runner left on base. At the end of 1 inning, Owls 2, Jacksonville State 0. Fans with each successful strikeout made to our KSU defense and pitching staff. Ingles, the official grocery partner of KSU Athletics, would generously donate $1 for the KSU Care Services program. We thank Ingles for their generosity and partnership with the Owls. If you have lost your phone, it has been turned in to the PA booth up here at the press box. You may come up here to claim or identify your phone. A lost mobile phone.
Back here at Bailey Park, where Cheyenne Sales has given the Owls a 2-run lead with a dead center home run. Went over the fence by a little ways. 2-0 ball game. The Owls with 1 hit. Kite still in the circle. This brings up Chaney Phillips, playing at short today defensively. Batting .312 this year in 11 games started. Left-handed Kite fires in the first one off the edge for ball 1. Right-handed hitter in Phillips. The Owls have hit a home run in the bottom first inning in both games today in this doubleheader. Next one that Kite delivers stays upstairs. So a 2-0 advantage to Phillips. Didn't start in the first game. Getting her ABs in the second. Fires the second one, and Sales is going to go out and talk to Kite as that one was off the edge. and she had set up on the inside half, so she had missed all the way across. Went out to reach the left-handed batter's box to a right-handed hitter. It might have been a strike, but once again, when a catcher sets up on the opposite side and the pitch doesn't go there, it typically doesn't look good, and the umpire typically will not reward that pitcher. The 3-0, and this one right down Broadway. No doubt about that. Now 3-1, no outs. Jenny Phillips, a patient hitter right now. The 3-1 dribbled over to Alexander, a two-hopper. She throws it as soon as she gloves it and gets it for out number 1. I mean, the pop and release time on that one was tremendous from a defensive savvy Alexander. Brings up Brantley Bonds. Bonds batting .311, slugging .581 with 1 out. First pitch, again, hangs a little low. Kite has not been able to get ahead of hitters so far in this inning. 2-0 lead for the Owls, thanks to the 2-run round tripper from Cheyenne Sales. 1-0 this time, very close pitch. That one gets rewarded downstairs on the black. Still shading the eyes is Kite. Left-handed pitcher winds and deals, and that was another test swing. That one might have been off the knob of the bat on the hands. I couldn't quite see, but it was a foul ball shot in the opposite direction, the first base side. Kite with the 1-2. She fires low. Forehand side to Sales. Every time Bond sets up, she waits for her to get into her windup before she takes that bat out in front of her. She usually holds it right there until that happens. 1-2, delivered high and inside, now even. Before Kite will get into her windup, she'll hold the bat out in front of her, kind of as a measuring stick. As soon as the windup begins, she brings it back to swing. Full count. And that one hit hard, pulled foul to the third base side, landing on the outer track. Loud foul ball. Beautiful day for softball. Not a cloud in the sky now. A little cloudy this morning, but that certainly cleared up after what was a dreadful weather day yesterday. The state of Georgia has rewarded us. The payoff. That one hit over to Cates, and she's able to glove it and throw that one over. Great job. That one smacked in the dirt about 5 or 6 times before she was able to get it. So not your normal 6 and 5 to 3 putouts, or assists rather. This brings up Buffington. Hannah Buffington batting .267. First pitch in on the hands and almost hit her. Popped off the glove of Sales. You hear some fans say, I thought that did hit her. 2 outs, 2-0 lead for the Owls in the top of the second inning. Kite with a 1-0 count. Delivers an off-speed pitch in for strike 1. That one started at the letters, ended up at the knees. Wind starting to pick up. You can hear it whistling. 1-1. That one in a very good spot. Fastball inside. Just touches that inside half. Kite looking to put a 1-2-3 inning together. The 1-2, and that one squirted out to right field. Cooper gloves it for out number 3. A good job to take that ball the other way, but it results in the third out. Going into the home half of the second, the Owls keep them scoreless. They hold a 2-run lead going into the home half. This is KSU Softball on the KSU Owl Network.
In the middle of the second inning, the score, Owls 2, Jacksonville State 0. Adidas is the official supplier and outfitter of Kennesaw State Athletics. Be sure to get your official KSU Adidas merchandise at ksuowlsgear.com.
In the home half of the second inning, the Owls with a 2-0 lead thanks to the home run from Cheyenne Sales in the previous inning. Curry still in the circle for the Gamecocks. Jacksonville State looking to get on the board here in the conference season. Curry had a little bit of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde in that previous inning. Gave up the 2-run home run, came back, hit Bailey on a hit by pitch, and then got the strikeout. So not exactly what you want to see the at-bat after that, but was able to get out of the inning clean after that 2-run home run. Didn't have any added damage. The first pitch on the way to Cooper stays upstairs for ball 1. Cooper had an important RBI double in that 5-run first inning in the first game. Yeah, I mentioned it a few times, but the grand slam against Sam Houston State. 1-0, takes a hack and misses on the outside. Didn't even really move her hips or her feet on that one, just took a hack at it. 1-1. Another hack, this time on the inside. How are you doing if you're waving at me? 2 tremendous pitches from Curry have fooled the sophomore hitter in Cooper, technically the freshman hitter. That time she skies that one. Again, another cloud scraper. That one into shallow center field, but it is caught. Beautiful job from Bond to glove that one into the grass. She was going back towards center field. Maybe shouldn't have been the one to try and catch that one, but regardless, makes a tremendous diving play for the out number 1 here at the top of the second, bottom of the second. Brings up Madison Miller. Miller hit 222, still puts that bunt in, it spins down perfectly, but an even better play from the catcher in Perkins. I mean, sat that ball down exactly where you want to be. Maybe it could have been a little further up, but got the friendly spin. Just an even better play from a good defensive catcher. It's a good defensive Jacksonville State team. Perkins pride herself on the defense. Made 6 errors in 633 innings of play in high school. Did not have a pass ball her entire career. So we have the umpires getting together, discussing something. So as it stands right now, we see Miller. She has a bat in her hands over on the dugout side, on this first base side. Hardiman slowly walking toward the batter's box. Maybe they're trying to discuss that ball maybe had bounced foul originally. Regardless, they're going to keep that out. So 2 outs recorded. Ty Hardiman at the plate, batting 170. In the 9-hole today, 2 outs, 2-0 game, lead for the Owls. First pitch, the heater in for strike 1. That one just off the middle on the outside edge. Wind really starting to pick up now. Blowing out towards center field is the next one in on the hands. Had to move them up. Ball 1. Full crowd here today at Bailey Park. This is a full-fledged rivalry. 1-1, swung on and missed on the outside. Wasn't sure if she was fooled or just missed that one, but Curry really starting to roll after that 2-run home run surrendered. Has got 2 quick outs. Trying to make it 3, possibly get her second strikeout of the day. Already has Hardman down 1-2. The next pitch, and that one lofted again into left field. A high one that falls into the glove of Wagner. And that will do it here for the home half of the second. Going into the 3rd inning, Kennesaw State still with a 2-0 lead over the Gamecocks. This is KSU softball on the KSU Owl Network.
The score, Owls 2, Jacksonville State 0. Fans, the USA Rugby 7. Collegiate Championship is coming to Fifth Third Bank Stadium May 14th and 15th. Be sure to come see the best players from over 50 colleges compete right here at Kennesaw State. Fast-paced action, all-day fan festivals, a beer garden, and more. Visit r7cc.rugby for exclusive ticket options.
After a 2-run first inning for the Owls, they are put away in order in the second. We make our way to the top of the 3rd, where the Gamecocks try and claw their way back into this one. They will do it with the first bat of the 9-hole hitter, Savannah Sudduth. Center field here today. The last batter who has not batted today for the Gamecocks, who have started these games. Did not start the original first game. Lefty-lefty matchup. Kite delivers a fastball outside for strike 1. First base coach had to make her way over to first base after the first pitch, had to wait in between pitches. Hugging the plate is Sudduth, hard, 0-1 delivery. Fastball stays down. That back left foot of a left-handed hitter is touching the chalk, halfway into the chalk, almost out of it. She's hugging the plate as much as you possibly can. 1-1 on the way, and she hits her. Yeah. That will happen. She took that one off the oblique. That one bounced right in front of her, hit every piece of it. Trying to walk it out a little bit. Seemed to have taken it well. Good for her. So a runner on to start off this one by a hit by pitch. 2-0 game. Back to the top of the order. First pitch in for strike 1. Fastball delivered from Kite. This is Perkins. Got struck out looking to start the ball game. This is a catcher who will get on base. A .430 on base percentage. Fires in the next one. Another fastball in. Now an 0-2. There's one thing Kite has. It is that old number 1. Will throw it often. The pitch. Runner thought about going out on the outside as the pitch. He stays at first. Sudduth. Maybe we'll go on this one. The 2-2. She does go, and that one is another hit by pitch. Perkins wears that one on the back. Back-to-back hit by pitches, and that one was directly in the middle of the numbers as she turned her back to try and shield away from it. That's exactly what she did. And she is making her way slowly up the first base line. Well, you do remember when I was talking about that fastball that Kite throws, and being hit by it back-to-back hitters is certainly not a pleasurable experience. There's a conversation between the catcher and Kite. The umpire making their way out. Conversation's over. Runners on first and second. A 2-0 ball game. The Owls with the lead. This brings up Wagner, player with some power that can put a lopsided score up in a hurry. Doesn't have a home run this year. Does hit the ball at an incredible average with 2 runners on and hits another player. This time off the foot. Bases will be juiced. Wagner went to show bunt from that left-handed box. Hit off that left foot on the inside part. 3 consecutive hit by pitches. This brings up Fortner, leading the team in slugging percentage among qualified batters, .687. 9 doubles, 4 homers, 16 ribbies. And pitching coach is going to come out and talk to Kennesaw State pitcher and Lindsey Kite. She rubs the dirt with her left hand. Conversation is needed. There is someone warming up in the pen. I believe that will be Emily Perrin. I have not been able to recognize a number out there. I think I can make out number 12, which, excuse me, not number 12. We'll see if they stick with her. They do. Kite will stay in the game. One out. So the scoreboard says I don't have any outs on my scorecard. 3 consecutive hit by pitches. Bases loaded. Fortner at the dish. This is who you want for the Gamecocks. Kite looks in, delivers inside, ball 1. Sales had to go to the backhand to grab that one. Kite shades her eyes with the glove. A left-handed pitcher. Sun gleaming into her eyes through the third base line. She fires another one, and that one scorched over to Cates to play at the plate. Get the automatic force out, and the bases stay loaded. But a smart heads-up play from the veteran and Taylor Cates going to the plate, resulting in what my scorecard would be 1 out. Again, the scoreboard still has 2 here. The force out at the plate. The next pitch, that one in for strike 1. This is to Addie Robinson, who was also hit by a pitch back in the first inning. So 4 total for Kite. Bases still loaded. Robinson has some pop. The pitch, and that one over to Cates again. Identical play, force out, double play. They got him. 2 pitches, 3 outs. Kennesaw State gets out of the bases loaded jam with no outs. They get 3 on the board. Incredible defensive savviness for the Owls. Going into the bottom of the 3rd with all the momentum, they lead 2-0. They keep the goose egg on the board for the Gamecocks. You're watching KSU Softball on the KSU Owl Network.
I got a question. Where do y'all go dance today? I watched this kid and she dances. Where do y'all go dance? I know you dance somewhere. Yeah.
All right, fans, it's time to play Name That Tune. And we've got Mackenzie with us this afternoon. The next song we're going to play. Mackenzie, if you guess it correctly, you'll walk away with a KSU prize pack. All right, Mackenzie, are you ready to go? All right, here's your song.
She'll get her feet going sometimes.
Popular female artist. One of her most favorite tunes. Any guesses? Anybody help her? Anybody know? That's it. Taken off by Taylor Swift. Thank you, Mackenzie.
Back here at Bailey Park after an absolutely energetic half inning Here in the top third, a 5-2-3 double play to end that inning, to get out of a bases-loaded jam with 0 outs to start off that inning. 3 consecutive hit-by pitches, all redeemed by Kite and the defense. We got to reset here because the Owls back to the top of the lineup. Faith Alexander to get a hit here to start off this inning. The delivery from Curry in for strike 1. 2-0 ball game. Again, being able to look at that run total and still see 0 is quite the feat for the Owls. Infield playing in on left-handed hitting Alexander. 0 for 1 today. Flew out to third base her last time up. And she squirts that one up the middle, but gloved by the pitcher. And Curry gets a fast out number 1. Heads up play, self-defense, doesn't matter. Alexander says, what else can I do right there? He hit the ball hard right up the middle. That one just found the glove of Curry. Pure reaction play there. Fields her position well. With 1 out, 2-0 game. That first changeup bounces twice up to Greep for ball 1. Greep batting 188. Looking to turn things around in the conference season. The Owls undefeated right now, 1-0. And this 1-0 delivered off the glove of the catcher inside for ball 2. Advantageous count to the junior. There's one advantage the Owls have is that they're young right now. Their top 3 hitters are all juniors. But then you have 2 sophomores and then 4 freshmen in the rest of this lineup. Greep spoils that one away. Back to the net for a foul ball. You also look at how much activity there's been on the base paths. No hits for JSU. Our cameraman Andrew Pellin pointed out, no hits for JSU. 1 hit for Kennesaw State, 2 runs, and nothing for the Gamecocks so far, but they've had the bases loaded twice. Greep skies that one out to center field, takes a few steps back, underhand basket catch, Willie Mays style, to take the 2nd out of the 3rd inning. Not ideal, but Suddiff making a nice play out there. Here, to quote Major League in the PG version, good catch, Mays, don't do it again. This brings up Taylor Cates. Walked her last time, and she flies that one into foul territory on the first base line. Unable to get it. That was another basket catch attempt. Really couldn't do anything else right there for Brantley Bond. So Cates probably thinking her stars that that one landed foul. 2 outs, 2-0 ball game for the Owls. This is the same situation we saw her in the previous at-bat. Nobody on base with 2 outs. She hit a 2-run blast in the first inning of the previous game. And again, the wind carrying hard to this right side of the field. That's exactly where she hit her homer. The 0-1. She lofts that one into left center field, drifts over to the left fielder a little bit. Enough for out number 3. So a quiet half of the inning for the Kennesaw State Owls. They go 1-2-3, 6 retired batters in a row for the freshman Kerr. Has certainly bounced back from that 2-run shot in the first inning. We go into the top of the 4th. The Owls still lead 2-0 over the Gamecocks. This is KSU Softball on the KSU Owl Network.
Fans, nothing beats the power and excitement of live events like TicketSmarter. For sports, concerts, and theater events, visit Ticketsmarter.com. Download the app today.
And quiet since the first inning. It's still a 2-0 ball game. The Owls in the driver's seat. The Owls defense back on the field. I want to highlight them again. Bases loaded, 3 straight hit by pitches. Kite surrendered. They get a 5-2 force out. Cates gloved it, tossed it down to Sales for 1 out. The next pitch, they get a 5-2-3 double play. Cates did the exact same thing. Stumbled over my words a little bit because of my excitement. First pitch, that one to Mosley. Mosley flied out to the right fielder last time. And just something you never see, really. A double play in that fashion, the force out at the plate, then the force out at first base. Beautiful job from the Owls defense, certainly stepping it up. 0-1 delivery, that one scorched out to center, playing off the hop is Greep for a leadoff single to start off this 4th inning.
Now batting number 10, Jamie Phillips.
Mosley gets on base, bringing up Cheney Phillips. Grounded out to the shortstop last time, Faith Alexander. She made a tremendous diving play. Runner on first, no outs, 2-0 Kennesaw State. Shows bunt, puts it down, perfect spot. No, it rolls just foul to the first base side. The tortoise beats the hare that time. Just slowly inched its way past the white chalk. So a good job by Phillips to put that one down at shortstop today. Batting in the 6th hole. Trying to get him on, get him over, get him in. The 0-1 shows bunt again, brings it back. Sales thought about throwing it back down to first as Mosley kind of came off that bag a little bit. And I believe that was the same runner that Sales caught in the first game back at second base. She did a back pick at second after a pitch that resulted in a 3rd out. The runner was drifting too much. Might have been Mosley. 1-1, runner goes. Kite gloves it off the 1-hopper and throws it over to first for the 1st out. Runner advances to second, as good as a sac bunt.
Now batting number 8, Bradley Bond.
We've seen some interesting defensive plays from the Owls. And that one was 1-hopper that Kite had to sky up into the air to go glove. This brings up Bonds. Grounded out to Taylor Cates last time. 1 out. Owls with the 2-run lead. Stays upstairs here in the top of the 4th at Bailey Park in Kennesaw, Georgia. Not a cloud in the sky right now. I'll take that back. There's a little clouds above. Nothing affecting the game. 1-0 from Kite. That one shot up the middle. That's going to score a run as Greep gloves it. No, it's going to be a play at the plate. They decide against it. They hold the runner at 3rd. Now the runners will be at the corners. They've seen Greep throw some runners out this year. Did one against Florida State earlier this year. That is complete respect from Coach McGinnis. Jana McGinnis there at 3rd base right now. Held the runner Mosley. So 1-out single results in runners on the corners. Still 2-0 ball game, bringing up Hannah Buffington, the freshman right-handed hitter. Kite sets and delivers. Off speed, falls in for strike 1. Kite has battled some injuries so far this year. Has only gotten 20 innings of work coming into this game. 3.79 ERA. Looking for a first win. The 0-1 and a throw down. Hardiman cuts it off. They get the stolen base. Tried to fool the runner at 3rd. They allow the stolen base. Hardiman cut it off as Sales threw it down to what was supposed to be a covering second base bag. And with hopes of that 3rd base runner coming down, they're going to try and take the runner out. The 0-2 delivery. That one just high enough for ball 1. Very close call. So now runners on 2nd and 3rd. Bonds credited with a stolen base. Some trickiness from the defense. 1-2, that one high and inside. Didn't contest at all. Trying to find that happy medium between high velocity as also good command. 1 out, 2-2. Kite looks in. Submarines it on the outside, tried to frame it, not enough. We'll go full. About as close as the pitch could get. The payoff. Now it's smoked out to left field over the head of Miller. That's a 3-run home run to give the Gamecocks their first lead of the day. Hannah Buffington. 3-run round tripper. And she gives the Gamecocks a very much needed energy boost. That one got out in a hurry as well. Kite now left in the circle with 3 runs surrendered in the top 4th and the lead surrendered. 1 out. This brings up Savannah Suddeth. She was hit by a pitch just last inning. Next pitch, that bunt put down. Sales is gonna take it, some confusion, and that's a safe runner at first. Cates had came in hard from third base. Sales also, the catcher, trying to push up toward the ball and get the play. They kind of almost ran into each other and may have caused a infield single to be reached for JSU. And I think this will result in a pitching change as Kite surrendering 3 runs, now the infield single. And they will take the softball away. Kite's day is done, but the book's not closed on her quite yet. Here in the top of the 4th, a 3-run blast from Hannah Buffington gives the Gamecocks the lead. We'll be back here on the KSUL Network.
Now pitching for the Owls, number 18, Emily Aaron.
I would Bailey do
In the circle now for the Owls is Emily Perrin. Kite will retire the day with 3 runs surrendered on that 3-run home run from Hannah Buffington. But again, the book is not closed on her. She still is responsible for the runner on first off the infield single. But Perrin enters the game, 4.04 ERA on the year in 26 innings of work. So Kite will not be eligible for that win she was looking for. Perrin comes in and hits the first player. Perkins hit by pitch in back-to-back innings, this time off the lower knee. And things might be getting a little testy. The friction is certainly in the stadium now after 5 hit by pitches today. I had to make sure, I had to recount. This time Perkins takes her second lick. This brings up Wagner. Left-handed hitter. Runner on first with 1 out as well as second. Runner on second, reached on the infield single. The hit by pitch for Perkins puts her there. That's how you get the on-base percentage that she has. First pitch from Perrin on this batter is a strike on the outside. Fastball. Perrin also brings the heat. We saw the Owls get out of quite the jam early in the second, or in the third rather. We'll see if they can do something alike here. That one skied high and foul back behind the screen. That one falls safely within the crowd. Watch the lips there. As soon as you look up, that thing might be on you. So the advantageous 0-2. Perrin fires outside. That one wasn't, rather close. The energy seems to be decimated from the Owls after that 3-run home run from Buffington. That's her 3rd home run of the year. Perrin fires the 1-2 on the outside edge for strike 3. Disagree with the call. That was a borderline pitch. Coach McGinnis not happy with it either, having a conversation with the home plate ump. More of a one-way conversation. Ump not really entertaining it. Stone cold. Got to be thick-skinned as a umpire. A thankless job for sure. 2 outs. First pitch. See the batter Fortner. Stays low for ball 1. 0-1 today. Walked back in the first inning. It's a 3-2 ball game with the Gamecocks leading. 1-0, and that one hit hard, but back to the foul territory. Brought in by a bystander. That one bounced off the net. Had nice form, both hands, secured it with the chest as well. Brought it in. Not his first rodeo. Even returns it back. No souvenirs for this guy. The 1-1. And that one in on the helmet almost. Having to move out. Talk about watch your lips. The Owls in danger of hitting their 5th batter. That's on Fortner. Live flash before your eyes right there. Perrin with the 2-1 off the outside edge. I think that was an off speed. A 3-1 count. 2 outs. Just trying to get out of this inning with a 1-run deficit at the least. The 3-1, and that one smoked to the left side. Foul. Third baseline. Right-handed hitter Fortner pulled that one. Now the full 3-2 count. I think discard that ball. Probably has a scuff on it. Can Perrin get out of the jam? The full count. And that one just nicked foul back to the screen yet again. And when someone says they got a piece of it, you got just enough of a piece of it just to touch it. That's exactly what happened there. Three-two again. Hit almost the exact same direction back to the screen this time, off the top half of the bat. Perrin trying to put this hitter in Fortner away. Has not been able to do so. Can they get out with just the 1-run deficit? Let's see the delivery, and that one chopped over to Alexander, gloves it to Cates, force out, and they get her with the tag. Coach McGinnis is stating her case. Umpire once again not having anything of it. Gamecocks not happy with the umpires in this half inning, but they should be happy with the lead. A 3-2 lead for the Gamecocks off the 3-run home run from Hannah Buffington. Takes us into the home half of the 4th, where the Owls look to claw back into this one. They have a 1-run deficit. This is KSU softball on the KSU Owl Network.
You know what I joked to?
What?
Jacksonville State scores 3 runs on 4 hits. There were no Owl errors and 2 Jacksonville State runners left on base. In the middle of the 4th inning, the score, Jacksonville State 3, our Owls 2. This is the official supplier announcer of Kennesaw State Athletics. Be sure to get your official Adidas merchandise at KSUOutgear.com. As a reminder, fans, up here in the press box, we have a lost and found. Someone has turned in a cell phone to us. If it belongs to you, please come to the press box and claim it.
Kennesaw State jumped out to a 2-0 lead in the first. It took until the top of the fourth for the Gamecocks to get back into this one, and they take the lead away from the Owls. A 3-2 lead off of the 3-run blast from Hannah Buffington. Now the Owls will turn the lineup to the cleanup hitter, Cheyenne Sales, who hit a 2-run home run the last time up. Lone run scored for Kennesaw State.
Wrestling tonight in Columbus this weekend.
Curry still in the circle for the Gamecocks. Freshman hurler. Appears at the wristband, will deliver to Sales. The first one stays up. That's usually the respect you give to someone who has surrendered the gopher ball to the same at-bat. Same batter the previous at-bat. Exactly what happened there. Off speed upstairs. Don't want to give her too much to hit. 1-0, this one off the plate. Fastball had some pop to it. Just away. Sales puts the bat right behind her ears. Skies that one off the swing into the infield. A few steps in for the shortstop Phillips. Brings it in for out number 1. Be an important inning for Kennesaw State to see if they can battle back. Berniah Bailey, the 5-hitter. Season-long 5-hitter in the left-handed batter's box. 1 out, 1-run lead for the Gamecocks in the bottom 4th. Jordan Griffith, Andrew Pelham. Riley Robinson, Sarah Sullivan on production. First pitch in this at-bat, in for strike 1. Curry has been able to work the edges. The command has been outstanding. Had that troublesome first inning, but has retired 7 consecutive batters. Next breaker stays upstairs. Here in beautiful Kennesaw, Georgia. It is a great day. 62 degrees out. Light wind, this time pushing out straight to dead center field as Bailey swings and lofts that one in for a 1-out single. That one off the inside part of the bat to right field.
Now batting number 24, Galloway.
Runner on base for the Owls, bringing up Bella Galloway. We'll see if they keep Bailey on the base pass. And she's kind of walking toward the dugout as though she will be subbed. And she will. Maybe. Yes, finally subs on the base path. This is Mary Gregg Anderson leading the team in stolen bases this season. Typically the right fielder. You see intermittent starts for her. 1 out, 3-2. Gamecocks with the lead. Bottom of the 4th inning, runner on first. Owls with a chance to answer with Galloway at the plate. Curry fires, grunts, fastball inside, ball 1. Usually when she throws a ball, she'll kind of rotate around that circle, walking around that first base line, peering at her dugout on the third base side, looking for the signs. 1-0 delivery. Galloway chops that one over off the glove, and she can't handle it. Popped out of the glove, went on the ground, tried to handle it with her bare hand just off the fingertips, and that will result in an infield single. This brings up Kiara Cooper with 2 runners on. Cooper had the 2 RBI double back in the previous game. Flew out to second base her last time up in the 2nd inning. now has a chance to put the Owls back in the driver's seat. First pitch on the way. Fastball down and away, but enough to hit the strike zone. Strike one. Three hits now for Kennesaw State. They did give the error to Curry. This pitch to Cooper, that one fouled off the end of the bat. Now down 0-2. Cooper prone to the strikeout, 15 strikeouts and 40 at-bats this year. Once again, a player that can slug the ball. 400 slugging percentage coming into this game. 0-2 delivery, that one inside, looks it away. Waste pitch, 1-2. Again, doing that walk and peering over to the dugout. Defense playing straight up. Cloud starting to creep in. The 1-2, and that one just nicked enough of it to keep it alive. Foul. Keep the at-bat alive, so I speak of. Again, now the Clouds have started to work their way into the sky, blocking the sun out. Now a shaded area. See if that affects anything. 1-2. Cooper swings and chops it back to the screen again. Madison Miller in the on-deck circle. Another left-handed bat. Runners on first and second. 1-2, 1 out. One-run lead. Cooper chops that one over to third, gloves it, sidearm, gets her for out number 2, but runners advance to second and third with Miller coming up. That was a good hearty throw from Mosley. Had to put some zip on it or else that was going to be an infield single for Cooper. Excuse me, now Miller will be substituted. This brings up Pacey Villa. Villa number 25 will bat in the right-hander hitting box. She's gonna have a conversation with or get the scouting report that you usually have in their back pocket from the first base coach. Villa this year batting 200, 4 games started, 9 games total. 200 hitter, swings at the first pitch, a nice healthy hack, but misses off the challenge inside heater. So she was looking for the fastball. Just didn't get it that time. Or got the fastball, just missed it. 0-1 on the way. Just off the edge. That was another straight one. Now this is a left-handed throwing catcher. Misspoke earlier. And speaking of sales, Perkins is. So that right glove hand. That one lofted foul territory, the first base line, going for it, but can't nab it down. Another foul ball. We've seen a few times Perkins try and frame a backhanded pitch, which is not easy for her, into a right-handed hitter on the outside part, much like the previous pitch we saw before the foul ball. It's hard to frame that on the outside edge as a right-handed catching catcher. Runners on second and third. 1-2 count to the sub player in Villa. The pitch. Down the middle for strike 3. Owls get 2 runners in scoring position, but can't bring them home. JSU still holds a 3-2 lead going into the 5th inning. This is KSU softball on the KSU Owl Network.
I will be back. Y'all need anything?
No runs, there was 1 hit, 1 Jacksonville State error, and 2 runners left on base. At the end of 4 innings, the score, Jacksonville State 3, Owls 2. Fans, be sure to join us right back here at Bailey Park tomorrow for 7 innings of winning. All fans in attendance will have a chance to win a variety of prizes each half inning. come out and help the Owls close out this conference series with Jacksonville State. First pitch scheduled for 12 minutes.
Owls unable to convert with 2 runners in scoring position, and that still holds a 1-run lead for the Gamecocks in this conference matchup, the second conference game for both teams this season. Perrin still in the circle, and the Gamecocks almost batted around last time up. Addie Robinson would have been the 9th hitter. They saw 8 hitters that previous inning. The DP today. First pitch to her, stays upstairs, and Robinson was the victim of that ridiculous double play that the Owls pulled off, the 5-2-3. I will talk about that for the rest of my days. It was a great job for the Owls. The 1-0, that one again stays high. It's just not something you see a whole lot of, especially in consecutive plays. They almost had the double play, and Kate's, again, identical putouts and assists. It was a great defensive play for the Owls. Next one delivered from Perrin, again outside this time. 3-0, 1-run lead for the Gamecocks. And the Owls have struggled on defense. Maybe that's what sticks out to me so much about it. They have the worst fielding percentage in the ASUN this year. To see a play like that is something we haven't seen so far this year. Get me over breaking ball for a 3-1 count now. If the Owls can turn that defense up in conference play, that'll change a lot. 3-1, and that one skied in the infield. Faith Alexander actually called out. That one drifts into the outfield, center field for Katie Greep. You can hear her call off everybody. She gets priority out there. Queen of the outfield for out number 1. This brings up Mosley. Mosley singled last time up. Ended up coming around to score on what was a 3-run home run from Hannah Buffington. The first run of the day in this game. Chopped foul on the first hack. That one off the end of the bat. Cascades toward the third base side. 1 out, still a 1-run lead for the Gamecocks. Came to this game with a 15-10 record after the previous loss to the Owls in the first game of this doubleheader. Owls now 8-13. Again, a ridiculous non-conference schedule. 0-1 delivery, had to move back, almost hit her again. Now that has been the weakness of the Owls in this specific game. 4 hit by pitches surrendered. That has given them free reins on the base pass for JSU. That was a very close pitch to the previous one inside. Rides 2-1. The Gamecocks have been able to take advantage of when they get runners on. 4-16. Next one, that one's lofted. Is it going to stay in play? Yes, behind the dish. Sales brings it in. My depth perception was all sorts off on that one. Thought that was coming back toward us. But it falls in for out number 2. Brings up Channy Phillips, 0 for 2 on the day. We have a big patch of clouds right over us. Not sure if we'll see direct sunlight for a little bit. It's kind of indirect right now on the field. We'll see. Can't quite see behind us. It's an 0-1 count now off the foul ball. The delivery from Perrin. 2 outs, still a 1-run lead for the Gamecocks. They did it on the 3-run home run in the top of the 4th from Buffington. And Buffington in the circle right now, or about to get into the on-deck circle. Phillips pops that one foul again. Now the down 0-2. Picks that bat up after walking about halfway up the first base line. White uniforms with the pinstripes for the Gamecocks. Black uniforms, the gold lettering for the Owls. 0-2, Perrin. Upstairs, nothing there. kind of try to put a little extra on that one. You can see her swing her arms in the follow through, something she doesn't typically do too much. At least not as much on that previous pitch. 1-2, she winds up. And that one hit out into center field. A diving play, but off the leather of Hardiman. And that one, by the skin of the teeth, falls for a base hit. Two-out single. This brings up Bonds. She also reached on the home run. So stole a base, now with a runner on first. Now that one had a lot of backspin up, shot up the middle. Hardman with a diving play to her right side. Unable to grab it. A great effort. The runner on, 2 outs, the 0-0. Perrin gets it over for strike 1. Bonds, a .311 hitter, 20 RBIs leading the team. She's batting in the 7-hole today, playing second base. Impressive. 0-1. Catapulted foul behind us. Now we're starting to see more of that direct sunlight as we've been seeing throughout most of the day. This is the second leg of a doubleheader. Owls won the first game 6-1 off the tremendous gem that Melanie Bennett threw. Bond still doing that bat twirl. 0-2. Fastball stays up. Bonds will hold the bat right in front of her with her arms extended until the pitcher gets into the windup, and she brings it back and is ready to swing. The 1-2. Pop to the first base side. That one's going to stay up and get behind the screen. Another foul ball. It's not abnormal for a batter to kind of hold that position, but usually it's abnormal for them to hold it that long. Sometimes she will even wait until halfway through the windup to even bring that back to the back shoulder. The 1-2. Change up. Downstairs, ball 2. That was down and away. Had to flip the glove down, make sure the runner didn't advance from first base. 1-run lead for the Gamecocks. Both teams have scored on just a home run. 2-2, that one on the inside for strike 3. Touch the black. Going into the bottom of the 5th, the Owls still looking to redeem themselves. It's a 3-2 deficit with the Gamecocks on top by 1. This is KSU Softball on the KSU Owl Network.
No runs, there was 1 hit, no Owl errors, and 1 Jacksonville State runner left on base. In the middle of the 5th inning, the score, Jacksonville State 3, Owls 2. Fans are contestants tonight, except all major guards. So be sure to stop by and your favorite. Hot dogs, popcorn, and ice cold Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is the official beverage sponsor of Kennesaw State Athletics.
She lost a step or two. Her whole freshman year, she's trying to get that back out. Sophomore year, she's a full play. First year, was tearing it up. She dove head first here and that just tore her shoulder up. And she fought. Of course, they got ended early. So last year, they should have had surgery the COVID year. No, not right. I ain't going to get the long time ago. Yeah, rolled it. But should have. They're trying to rehab her shoulder, and then it just got worse and worse and worse. But you'll never hear her make excuses. But I'll say one more thing.
Now batting number 21, Hardiman.
She don't care. She's out there in there. She's a lot more mature than her father.
Ty Hardman at the plate with 1 out. Excuse me, 0-1 count now, 0-2. 3-2 ball game, JSU with the narrow lead. Owls trying to answer. Off the outside edge, that one not enough apparently. That outside edge has not been getting rewarded for Curry today. Very close call. Some umpires call it, some don't. Swung on and missed. Regardless, Curry's able to put Hardman away. Has been throwing an absolute brilliant game. Surrendered the 2-run home run back in the first, but has been, again, outstanding since. This brings up Faith Alexander for her 3rd at bat here in the bottom of the 5th. Left-handed hitting Alexander. Curry delivers. A changeup. Again, the outside edge, not enough that time. Alexander looking to extend her 4-game hit streak and her 4-game RBI streak. Had both of those last time. This fastball in for strike 1. 1-1 count, 1 out. 1-run advantage for the Gamecocks. She shoots that one to the right fielder, and that bounces twice for a base hit. 1-out single to start off this 5th inning. She gets that extension of the hit streak. Just we're mentioning it. This brings up Katie Greep. Greep 0 for 2 so far today. Left-handed hitter, runner on first, 1 out, 3-2 game. Going Alexander, play at second. That bounces into center. She's gonna go to third. No, she doesn't. Stays at second. And a stolen base rewarded to the shortstop. Make it 3 of 3 on the year for her. She has been outstanding since her return from an offseason injury. Batting .366, got to be higher now. Again, 3 for 3 on stolen bases this year. 1-0 count to Greep, 1 out. Curry delivers, swung on a hefty hack toward the top of the zone and a big miss. Excuse me, I want to correct myself, 0-2 count. Thought the first call on the throw down was a ball. I was wrong. 0-2 and a slider off the outside edge. I call it more of a breaker. Slider kind of went the opposite way traditional slider does. The 1-2 to Greep is where the Owls can take advantage. Delivers, and another top half of the bat foul ball to the screen. Greep just staying alive. This is one of those players that if she could turn it on here in the top of the lineup, like she has in the past few years, she's been very productive at the plate. This is going to be a very dangerous lineup for Kennesaw State. The pitch, and that one shot to the opposite side to short, and they get Alexander in a pickoff. She's in a pickle, running in between. Greep's going to go for second and tag Alexander out. So they will just swap spots now with 2 outs. So Greep reaching on the fielder's choice. Alexander gets caught in the rundown. Ball had been hit to the shortstop, Phillips. Alexander wasn't on the bag, so they caught her down. 2 outs, still a 1-run lead for JSU. This brings up Taylor Cates, the power threat. Long period to the dugout. Got to make sure the game plan's right for this hitter. 2 outs, first pitch to Cates. She shoots that one foul to the first base side, out of play. sails in the on-deck circle with her catching gear on in case this inning gets cut short. Kate's hit an opposite field home run earlier today in the first game. The 0-1. She dribbles that one over to short, a two-hopper. They toss it over to first for the important third out. She slaps her hands in frustration. The Owls can't take advantage again of 2 runners in scoring position. They leave 2 runners on total in this half inning. We go into the top of the 6th. The Owls still looking for some answers. Got to hold JSU. It's a 3-2 advantage for the Gamecocks. This is KSU softball on the KSU Owl Network.
Our Owls scored no runs on 1 hit, and we know that Jacksonville State errors on 1 hour left on base. At the end of the 5th inning, the score is Jacksonville State 3, Owls 2. As a reminder, fans, if you're playing bingo with us, all 3 games are still out there and ready to win. Be sure you play your bingo. Pick up a bingo card at the marking table near the front gate. All right, fans, our Owls stole the base that last half inning. Be on the lookout for a KSU softball stress ball coming your way. Who wants a stress ball?
The Owls leave a runner stranded at second base yet again. Have been unable to capitalize on runners on the base paths. They still look at a 3-2 deficit and won't be able to gain any of that ground in this half inning here in the top 6. JSU with a advantage right now. Finish up the last pitch is Parrott. And the throw down, we're about to be underway. Parrott warmed up without that face guard on, now putting it back. Parrott ended the 5th inning with a strikeout looking of Bonds, and now she will face the nemesis that put a 3-run lopsided score on Lindsey Kite in the 4th. Perrin looks in, Buffington at the plate. First pitch looks away for ball 1. Buffington usually classic old school move, which is one batting glove. Has the one batting glove on the left hand, bare-handed on the right. And a right-handed hitter, power right hand. She shoots that one over to Alexander, an easy handle for her, a 2-hopper for out number 1. So they neutralize the threat of Buffington. Says no more power shots. Brings up Savannah Suddeth. She is 1 for 1 today. Was hit by a pitch in the 2nd, 1 of 3 consecutive that Kite surrendered. But she's able to get out of that jam. That was incredible. If you were watching back in the 3rd inning, first pitch from Perrin, a fastball in for strike 1 to the left-handed hitter. 1 out, 1-run lead for the Gamecocks. Jordan Griffin, Andrew Pelham. Sorry, I forgot. I had it written down on my previous scorecard. I was like, I knew I was going to forget that last name. Riley Robinson, Sanders Sullivan on production. Won't happen again, Andrew. I'll let you know. Won't happen again. Promise. The 1-1. Fastball stays down. Now the advantage going to Suddeth. Suddeth getting a start here in the 2nd game. Didn't play in the 1st. The 2-1. That one skied into the shallow center, but Alexander calls off Griep. Stayed in the dirt just enough for Alexander to grab it for out number 2. Alexander responsible for the first 2 outs of this 6th inning. Owls trying to get back to the bottom half so they can keep this game alive, try and answer some runs. This brings up Perkins, who's been hit by a pitch twice and also struck out looking in the 1st. She takes the first one, chops it over. Nice grab by Caton, rockets it over. A frustration throw. She gets it, a nice defensive play from the junior for out number 3. A quick 1-2-3 inning. Perkins goes down for the third out. We go into the bottom half of the sixth. The Owls still looking for that one-run answer. They are down by one going into the bottom half of the sixth inning. This is KSU Softball on the KSU Owl Network.
In the fifth inning, our Owls recorded another strikeout. With that strikeout, $1 will be donated to ASU Care Services from Ingalls. Ingalls, the official grocery partner of the Kennesaw State Owls. All right, fans, it's time for the lucky item of the game. The first fan to bring today's item to the marketing table, located near the front gate, will win a KSU prize pack. Today's item, a quarter, 25-cent piece. Who has a quarter? Be the person to show that item to the marketing table near the front of the gate. Wins a prize pack. Run! Run!
Bad news for the Owls fans out there. Owls are down by one with 6 outs to work with. Good news, they will face Sales, Bailey, and Galloway at the least in this half inning of work. 4, 5, and 6. First up, Sales. The hero responsible for the 2 runs that the Owls have put up back in the first inning have been scoreless since. The freshman Curry has done a great job with the Owls lineup. The first pitch to Sales, a breaker, falls out of the zone for ball 1. Crowd moans. Again, a long pier, and you usually see a longer pier for players like Taylor Cates and Giant Sales. Next one, another changeup. Thought she was looking for a fastball, swung over the top. Swing and a miss, 1-1. 1-run lead for the Gamecocks. No outs. Bottom 6th inning here at Bailey Park. The middle wide open as can be. 1-1. Fastball, can't frame it inside enough. That one was just out of the zone. Advantage hitter, 2-1. Sales goes with no batting gloves. The bare-handed hitter and a monster. 2-1. Smokes that one foul right back to the screen. It'll even up at 2 apiece. Now we're starting to get intermittent clouds. We get some direct sunlight every few seconds on and off, it feels like. Owls did their part in the previous half inning. Went 1-2-3 as quick as can be. The 2-2. The same identical foul ball straight back, touching the net. And again, Sales gets out, puts the cross in the dirt or whatever that symbol is for her. Uses that knob of the bat to do it. I'll have to catch up with her and ask her about that one of these days. Sure, it might be some significance to her. 2-2. That one lifted into foul territory down the first base line and gloved and brought in by Bond for a relieving out number 1 for the Gamecocks. Brings up Brenia Bailey. She's 1 for 1 today. Hit by pitch in the first, singled in the 4th. ASUN all preseason conference team. Won it as the DH. 1 out swing and a miss on the off speed, off the outside edge. Curry has mixed speeds today with the best of them. This season has struggled with her walks. Have surrendered 19 and only 32 strikeouts in 53 innings of work, but has not been a problem whatsoever today. Not sure if she's even surrendered a walk. Have to check the line. That one pushed out to the opposite field and falls in for a base hit. 2 singles for Brenia Bailey in this second game. That one just skidded off the leather of the third baseman Mosley for a 1-out single. That was another one of those. Didn't have a whole lot of exit velocity on it, but put it in the exact right spot. They were moving back toward the left field grass. Again, just off the outside edge of a left-handed glove in Mosley. 1 out, runner on first. 1-run game, 5 hits apiece for both squads. Owls, Gamecocks. First pitch to Galloway. Fastball off the outside. You see the frustration between the Gamecocks. They don't feel like that outside's been rewarded enough. Curry's done a tremendous job regardless. That one lifted again, foul, not gonna be in play, going into the first base Kennesaw State dugout. I mean, Melanie Bennett is stone cold, just sitting there. It went right by her face, barely even moves. That's why she's the best. 1 earned run in a CG in the previous of this first game. And that one shot out into the gap, right center. That one off of the glove. That's gonna get a runner to third at least, and a double. Bailey had to hold up, wasn't sure exactly where that one was gonna land. Shoots it into the gap perfectly, and Galloway sets the Owls up beautifully for Kiara Cooper to come up to the plate with 1 out, 2 runners in scoring position. They have struggled with runners in scoring position in this game. 0 of 4 today. Lone run has come from a 2-run blast from Cheyenne Sales. Cooper had a 2-run RBI double in the previous game. The 0-0. Fastball outside edge, this time gets the call. Very good pitch. 1-run deficit. Runners on second and third. Bailey has on third, had to hold up. Again, didn't know where that ball was gonna land. 0-1, has to move the wrists back. The fastball came inside. Cooper has some pop, slugging 400 this year. Had her second career homer as a grand slam against Sam Houston State. The best and most convincing win for the Owls this year, at least in the last slate of games. The 1-1. She swings and chops that one back behind the screen. Plenty of foul balls today from both sides. Cooper, big breath in, big breath out. Shrugging the shoulders down. 1-2 count. Important at bat for both teams. The pitch, and that one lofted into center field. Is that gonna fall? A diving play. They have a chance to double them up. And they do. An outstanding double play for the Gamecocks. Brought in by Suddeth. They relay it back to third base for the tag-up double play. Beautiful job by the Gamecock defense to neutralize the offense and the runners in scoring position of the Kennesaw State Owls. An unorthodox double play, but an outstanding double play. Going in to the top of the 7th inning. Owls have 3 outs to work with, but they got to strand them. It's a 1-run lead for the Gamecocks. This is KSU softball on KSU Owl Network.
Fans don't forget registration for the KSU annual Golf Marketing Golf Classic is now open. The tournament has been a long-standing tradition of KSU athletics, serving a mission to raise funds for athletic scholarships. The 2022 Golf Marketing Golf Classic is scheduled for May 9th. Register today at KSU.com/golfmarketing.
They cover a lot of ground. Y'all seen Keely and as well. They both can. They can't either one of them get hot back. I mean, both of them can't stay hot. She's my translator.
We have identified that last double play as a 8-1-5 double play. Even more outstanding than I think that defensive double play that we saw earlier in this game from Kennesaw State. Wow, 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 that was outstanding. A 1-run lead for the Gamecocks. Wagner will lead off this top 7. Perrin still in the circle. First pitch, changeup, stays downstairs for ball 1. Test swing out of the box from Wagner. Wearing a compression sleeve, all red on that right. The left-handed hitter again. 1-0. Just directs that one foul toward the first base line. Once again, Bennett scooping it up. Not afraid of danger, standing outside of the dugout. Pretty much the only player. 1-1, a 3-2 ball game. It has been an exciting one. Perrin fires, that's lofted out in the foul territory. Is there gonna be a play? No. Bounces off of the track on the side and ended up hitting the mat. Cates didn't really have a shot at it. Again, the sun now within the clouds, not really playing much of a factor. Here at 4:45 p.m. Eastern. Sun's starting to go down little by little. The 1-2 pitch, and that one scorched out. Hardiman puts the leather on it, unable to get the play. A beautiful job to even stop that one from going into right field. And that's the range of the freshman, Ty Hardiman. But a leadoff single nonetheless. This brings up Fortner. 0 for 2 today, walked back in the first. And we have a pitching change as Perrin comes out. Who else? Bennett. In for the second time in this actual game. Actual day, rather, in this game. Her first appearance. We'll let her warm up. And we will tell you all about the situation coming back. Leadoff single. Still a 3-2 lead for the Gamecocks here at Bailey Park. This is KSU softball on the KSUL Network.
Now pitching for the Owls, number 96, Melanie Bennett.
Melanie Bennett back in the circle, threw 87 pitches about an hour and a half ago, maybe even less than that. And she is back in the game. A leadoff single surrendered. So the book is not closed quite yet on Emily Perrin. Brings up Fortner. 1-run game. Bennett delivers, thought about going, decides against, and that is low for ball 1. We'll see if Bennett can continue her success. Had a 1 earned run in 7 innings in a complete game in the first game. 1-0, delivered and fouled straight back off the inside skinny part of the bat. We'll see if this is a Madison Bumgarner type situation. Throw a player in, a pitcher in specifically a few times, and batters simply can't adjust. We'll see if that stays true. 1-1, and that one hit over to Cates. A double play ball to Hardman. Over to first, safe. They get the lead runner regardless. A good turn from Hardiman. So Fortner will reach on the fielder's choice. This brings up Addie Robinson. Again, she was the victim of that vicious double play that the Owls pulled off in the 3rd inning. The base is juiced, a 5-2-3. 1 out, 1-run lead for the Gamecocks. Bennett in the circle, delivers a swing and a miss off the off speed. That was a hack that would make Barry Bonds proud. 6 hits apiece for both squads. Second game of the A-Sun Conference schedule for both teams. Bennett fires. That one strikes the inside half for strike 2. Again, some disagreement from the coaches. Both walking toward the batter. Some encouragement. Bennett flips the glove, fires it in, and that one bounced off the screen. It was fouled straight back. Almost in danger of hitting Sales on the second time around. So Bennett past that 90 pitch mark, nearing the century mark total in this afternoon. Pitched 87 total in the first game. 0-2 delivery, that one spiked foul straight back behind the catcher. That's exactly what we saw in the first game as well. A lot of foul balls, a lot of weak contact. She's able to get 6 strikeouts in that game. We'll see if she can get an important one here with a runner on first. Wind slightly blowing out to right field. It's weak. The 0-2, that one lifted again hard into the out of bounds area on top of the dugout, third base side. Long black socks for Robinson, DPing today. Also black undershirt, about 3/4 shirt. The white pinstripes. And that one hit out to center. Grape trying to make a play on it. It falls right in front of her. So a 1-out single puts runners on first and second. Addie Robinson getting her first base hit of this game. This brings up Mosley, third base today. Carson Mosley, looking for that first name. It's on the tip of the tongue. And now we have a substitution at first base. Number 11 for the Gamecocks, Kelly Bobbitt. We saw her start in center field in the first game, substituting at first base for Addie Robinson. Coach McGinnis talking to the home plate ump. Coach McGinnis as good as head coaches can ever get. Their 29th season. We also see another substitution at second base as Lauren Hunt comes in for the lead runner, which was Fortner. Coach McGinnis won 705 of her OVC games over the last 17 years when the Gamecocks were in the OVC. Talking to home plate ump, an experienced manager, experienced head coach, and manager of the game. 1 out, 0-0 pitch. That fastball stays inside to Mosley. Gamecocks looking to get their first conference win in an early slate in the season. That one bounces up to the plate twice. Once again, 2-0. Like we saw in the first game, maybe those fingers getting a little raw, or the hand a little bit for Bennett, starting to shake that pitching hand out. We didn't see that until later in the game in the previous slate. 1 out, runners on first and second, 2-0. The delivery, and that one just tipped off the inside of the bat. Foul. Bennett rolling that softball off her right oblique. Getting the proper grip. Twists and turns. Fires the 2-1. Again, another foul ball. This one a twister, but will stay foul. Had some spin that was going toward the, I'll say the circle. Was rolling down that first base line. Was maybe if it would have kept going, maybe would have came back to be fair, but Bailey smartly picks it up before that happens. Stays a foul ball, stays a 2-2. Bennett delivers, and the off speed got her with the swing and a miss on the outside. Important second out recorded. Bringing up Cheney Phillips, singled last time in the 5th inning. Runners on first and second here in the top of the 7th. Owls trying to keep this at a 1-run deficit. Gamecocks on top. Right-handed hitter, Bennett delivers, fastball way off the edge. Sales had to jump out of position.
A lot of movement.
Sales looking at the dugout for the signs. The 1-0 to Bennett. From Bennett, inside. Again, Bennett looks at the umpire for an extra second. Silent protest. Sun starting to play a factor now, peering in over the third base line. The squinting eyes of the Owls fielders. The 2-0, another one down away. I think that was an off speed. With 2 outs, she could put this runner on base, but then you are loading the bases for Bonds to come up. The 3-0. Walks her. Better than giving her a meatball and making this a lead that you can't quite come back from. Bases juiced. Brings up Brantley Bonds. She scored back in the 4th. Had a single and a stolen base. Also struck out looking in the 5th. 2 outs, the 3-2 game. First pitch to Bonds, a changeup in for strike 1. And the most audible moan from the Jacksonville crowd so far today. Bennett delivers another 0-1. Exact same spot and off speed finds it. 0-2. I'll remind the crowd, this is the crowd complaining about the calls. Not a part of that. And the Owls happy with that one. 0-2 on the way. Heater, some chin music, has to move out just enough. JSU now with the edge in the hit, 7-6. Bennett, can she get out of the jam? 1-2, and that one scorched over to Alexander. She gloves it for out number 3. The Owls officially have 3 outs to work with to try and claw out of this 1-run hole. Going into the bottom half of the 7th, it all comes down to this, folks. Owls versus the Gamecocks, game 2. This is the KSU Owl Network.
In the middle of the 7th inning, Jacksonville State 3, the Owls 2. Our Owls recorded 2 strikeouts. That's correction, 1 strikeout that last inning. That's $1. Ingles, the official grocery partner of the KSU Athletics, will donate to KSU Care Services. Due up in the bottom of the 7th inning for our Owls, Madison Miller, Ty Hardiman, and Faith Alexander.
Three outs to work with, 1-run deficit. Gamecocks on top. Owls looking to get back into this one to at least make this go to extra innings. They will bring up the 8-9 and lead off. Miller, Hardiman, Alexander, they will all see the plate at the minimum. Sun is shining as bright as it has all day on these JSU fielders. Miller, 0 for 1 today. First pitch on the way, fastball, nicks the outside black, strike 1. If the Owls are unable to pull this one out, it will certainly be the lack of ability to bring runners in scoring position. 0 of 5 so far. 0-1, Miller looks it away outside. Breaker just couldn't quite get enough of the zone. Again, infield playing in quite a bit with a slap hitter in Miller. They're always looking to play the bunt. 1-1, fired and looked outside for a ball 2. Game plan seems to be consistent with Miller today. Pitcher outside. The 2-1. And she takes that the other way and gloves right into Mosley. And that was just not only reactive, but a good defensive play from the third baseman. That's why they call it the hot corner. Smacks that one the other way, right into the leather of Mosley. 4 out, number 1. 2 outs to work with now. Bringing up Ty Hardiman, 0 for 2 today. Float out to left, also struck out. The wind starting to pick up, swing and a miss on the first pitch changeup. 1 out, a 1-run deficit for the Owls. Gamecocks have done a tremendous job. I will say even just Curry herself has done a tremendous job of keeping these Owls hitters at bay, getting out of log jams. Now the 0-1, puts down the bunt, hits it just enough for strike 2. So in less than ideal count for Hardiman. A strikeout candidate, struck out 18 times this year already. But the freshman has a chance to step up big here. Right-handed hitter, sits down in the box. Curry delivers the 0-2 and shoots that one to right. Just foul. Took that one on the inside part of the bat, turned her hips in beautifully. Just couldn't quite get the softball gods to bless her with that one. Good job by Hardman with the bat control. See if she can replicate that on the next pitch. And the freshman Curry has been outstanding today. The 0-2, and that one popped up, will go out of play straight back. Everyone look out for that one. That's probably the closest foul ball has come to me and Mr. Andrew Pelham here today. Told you I wouldn't forget it. Some energy starting to be injected into the home crowd. Getting to the final outs. Curry put Hardiman away, the 0-2 delivery, and that one is going to be lofted high, but will stay in play right behind the rubber for out number 2, down to Faith Alexander for the last out.
Now batting number 1, Faith Alexander.
Alexander is 1 of 3 today. To the song warranted by Morgan Wallen. 2 outs, 1-run game. The first pitch, she looks in for strike 1. Wind blowing hard into right field now. 1-run deficit. Halfway swings at the next pitch on the outside. Not enough to even contest ball 1. Curry just 1 out away from pitching an absolute gem. 1-1, and Alexander shoots that one up the middle, but it's gloved. She will be safe at first. Owls stay alive. Katie Greep up to the plate. The game-tying run on first, game-winning run at the plate. Can the Owls tie this up or even get some walk-off heroics? Greep, the left-handed hitter. She is 0 for 3 today. Reach on the fielder's choice back in the 5th. 2 outs. Jacksonville State leads by 1 run in the bottom of the 7th inning. First pitch, way off, outside. Greep doesn't even think about it. It has been a pitching duel outside of a pair of home runs for each team. The 1-0, that one low. Advantage going to Greep. This is quite the debacle right here with a 2-0 count to Greep as they're going to meet with their pitcher Curry. There are 2 schools of thought here. A 2-0 count to a good hitter in Greep. If you're Greep, you get a good pitch. You probably want to swing at that. And a double is probably going to score a fast player in Faith Alexander. On the same hand, you have 2-0 count. You don't see a pitch that you don't like. You don't swing at it. You get a 3-0, and you have a very high chance of being walked, advancing the runner, and now you are on base to get the winning run. What's it gonna be? Katie Greep. This is such a pressure pitch. Curry steps on the rubber, peers at the wristband, looks it in, the 2-0. She swings at it, and that's a single at least. That's gonna get to the wall. Alexander coming home. This game is tied. 3-3. That one found the gap. Didn't look like it was going to originally. Katie Greep coming through. The slump has been broken. Tremendous day for the junior. This brings up Taylor Cates with a chance to walk it off. In this exact same situation we saw against Georgia State. Greep on second base. Cates at the plate. It's all tied at 3, 2 outs. 7 hits apiece. Curry delivers. That one has to dodge her way out of the way of that pitch. A scary 1-0. A base hit wins it for Kennesaw State. Greep on second. She scored the game-tying run. The pitch, fouled straight back to the screen. 1-1. You can feel the tension at Bailey Park, down to their final out. Greep doubled in Faith Alexander to tie this game up. We will go to extras at the bare minimum. But with Taylor Cates, that could change the 1-1. Deep to left! Again! 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 Taylor Cates walks it off for the Owls! 5-3 victory! Mugged at home plate! How many times can she do it? The exact same situation we saw against Georgia State. She does it again, this time against the conference rival in the JSU Gamecocks. Owls win, Owls win. Incredible. Teams have got to learn to walk Taylor Cates. They had the open base, decided against it. She hits another 2-run blast. I said it last time, I'll say it again. Can you believe it? Absolute stunner. Down to their final out. Faith Alexander singles. An important single into left field. Katie Greep ties this game up with a double into the gap. Sets up Taylor Cates for another walk-off home run. Another walk-off 2-run shot. Owls win both of these games. They win the first game in this doubleheader 6-1. They win this second one 5-3. Outstanding. The Owls, the entire game, struggled with runners in scoring position. They didn't even need it toward the end. Alexander was on first base when she scored from the double from Katie Greep. Katie Greep ended up being scored in position. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when you have Taylor Cates at the plate. She goes yard in the identical place that she did against Georgia State. Deep left center field. Cannot believe it. Taylor Cates, the most dangerous, the most lethal, the most powerful hitter in the A-Sun. You better walk her next time. We will leave it there. Jordan Griffin, Andrew Pelham, Sandra Sullivan, Riley Robinson, thank you guys so much for the production here today of this YouTube broadcast. You have been watching KSU Softball on the KSU Out Network, where they win 5-3.